Hello and welcome back to another week of the NACE Star League. It's Counter-Strike time, and my name is Vincent. I'm joined by Birdie Box. Birdie, how are you doing?
Oh, dude, absolutely excellent. It's been a long time since I've been here, but we're back, Vincent. And we got some Counter-Strike ready to be played. Wonderful 2 series. First of which should be that Davenport versus St. Clair game, and definitely looking forward to that one.
Yeah, looking forward to that and much more. Here's our schedule for this evening. We got those 2 best of 3s. You mentioned Davenport, a reigning, defending national champions here at the NACE Star League, and then some newer faces, at least for the Counter-Strike side of things, in the Varsity Premier, Butler and Wayne State University. We've got quite a few new faces here. Saw a few of them last week with NYU and Seattle. Now we get to see a couple of more. It's going to be a lot of fun, though it's going to be an uphill battle for a couple of these teams, to be sure. That is what you get, though, when you are playing up against those defending champions in Davenport University. St. Clair Saints, I'm a big fan of what they do, though. They're a fantastic esports program, have a great Valorant team, for example. I think they're pretty darn good at COD as well, if I'm not mistaken. So, got a good program. It's just about, expanding into something a little bit new for them. And Counter-Strike is exactly what that is, Birdie.
Yeah, no, what a first opponent to go up against, I guess, right? I mean, I believe there's a second game, correct me if I'm wrong, so not necessarily the first opponent, but definitely something to be going up against, as you mentioned, those reigning champions, and a roster which, let's say, if you could win up against Davenport, this is a roster we would be talking about for a lot in the foreseeable future.
Yeah, if they could pick up any sort of... I mean, honestly, even if they just look good against Davenport, this would be a conversation starter. But let's take a look at who will be taking the server for these 2 teams, though, to get things started as we have the rosters ready to go. On the Davenport side, you'll see some familiar faces alongside some new ones as well. Pug and Korn returning to the squad. They were part of the championship roster last season, but Dangerous, Tactile, and Rift coming up from the D2 roster, and then Tactile and Dangerous, 2 very strong new members of this Davenport team joining in. On the other side of things, St. Clair College, they've already got a win this season. Petro, RYCS, JBH, Abyss, and Milk are the ones to watch. Anybody who jumps out to you on either side?
I guess I'll make the comment. Rift is someone who on the Davenport D2 team, I believe, just always impressed me. Every single time we were casting him previously, it's just I watched him play. I watched him kind of have presence in the server, and seeing him on this main roster now, it makes me happy. I love to see it.
Yeah, especially when you lose out a big piece like Kojomo, who did end up moving on from Davenport. Having an AWP player like Rift in the wings, ready to go, is definitely a huge boon. On the other side of things, St. Clair, this is a team, this is technically their academy side. They don't have a varsity team, so their academy side playing in Varsity Premier, and they have some pretty good pieces. I mean, Petro being one of those. But we have yet to see them kind of together as a whole. And honestly, I think the biggest issue, at least that jumps out to me, is the lack of competitive experience from like a league standpoint that they have together. But they did play last semester in NACE. They just played in one of the lower divisions, if I'm not mistaken. Yeah, I think they played in Open Premier in 2022, which, they did okay. They made it all the way to the LCQ, where unfortunately they lost out in a game against Pennsylvania State. But overall, a good season that they had that last semester, just losing 1 regular season game.
Yeah, I mean, I know I myself got caught up in that LCQ, and it was extremely hard to work your way through that. But I mean, again, though, moving up the divisions, up against Davenport now, I mean, you mentioned how the experience is lacking aside from St. Clair. So let's talk about coming into this. What are we really looking for, I guess, on both sides to see the second match of the season? What are they going to get out of Davenport? I mean, let's be real. They're going to try to see, can we just get this confident over and done with? How quickly could we try to make this done? St. Clair, maybe just can we play our own game?
Yeah, I think that part of playing your own game is playing on the right maps, and we have the vetoes ready to go. Let's take a look at them, because that definitely will be a conversation point as we take a look. It's going to be the Saints that take the overpass pick, and then Vertigo picked out by Davenport. Nuke will be our decider, and unfortunately, this really gets only worse for St. Clair. They've unknowingly picked straight into all 3 of the best Davenport maps.
Yeah, and honestly, if you're looking to try to impress, I would say, listen, this is confidence. I love it, Vincent. I have absolutely no problem with this. If you want to make a statement and you want to do it against one of the best teams in NACE, why not do it on all their best maps?
I mean, yeah, that's fair enough. You know what? I don't know if that was the plan going in, but that's what the Saints are going to have to do. Obviously, at the same time, you're playing up against, some giants in Davenport. Honestly, play what you're best at, even if they're also good at it. I think that's a valid strategy in as well. So that said, these are going to be difficult. I think that's the storyline. It kind of reminds me, we had in Valorant this week at NACE, we had Northwood, who are also literal world champions. Davenport pretty much right there in the Counter-Strike space, reigning defending national champions for the NACE Star League, and the best, I mean, it's undisputed, the best collegiate team in existence. So, or to ever have existed, actually, in the collegiate space for Counter-Strike. So that's the stakes right here. St. Clair, really nothing to lose. Davenport, basically just another day at the office. They took 2 16-0s back-to-back in the first match of the season. That was up against Glenville State University, another newbie to the NACE Varsity Premier side of things.
If I remember correctly, too, Davenport started off the last season in a very similar fashion, just pulling through consecutive 16-0s for a while, too. It took a long time before they even lost maps, right?
They didn't lose maps.
Or sorry, I said maps, meant rounds.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah, they lost some rounds. That is true. It was a while though. It was like week 4 or something, week 5.
Couple of series, yeah. And that's really what's crazy about this is this roster continues to develop, and while we've seen some changes, I guess it is kind of encouraging to see that, I guess they're continuing what we saw at the start of last season.
Yeah, I mean, listen, the fact that they've had some adjustments, right? Some time where they've lost, I mean, 3 out of 5 of the members of the roster that they played with last semester, and bringing in Dangerous, Tactile, and Rift. Let's talk a little bit about those guys. Like Dangerous, obviously lots of ECL experience, is a very good player in his own right. Tactile, an advanced player, has ECL experience as well, I think. And then Rift coming up from the D2 roster. So a bit of a combination of bringing up the talent that they worked with last season in Davenport D2. Alongside some new faces that are fantastic. I mean, another big loss for them was the Estonian powerhouse in Swisher. That was unfortunate. I mean, he was really coming into his own when it came to the back end of that last season, helped them win Advanced.
Yeah, I absolutely agree, but Vincent, we are heading to this first map, though, and it's going to be Overpass. I'm actually looking forward to see how this Davenport team, which is the first time I'll see this iteration, how they kind of play their positions, because Kojo was usually, if I remember correctly, somewhat of an aggressive opera on this map. I'm looking forward to see how Rift kind of transitions into that sort of role. St. Clair, how they look to respond. Utility be such a powerful influencing factor on Overpass, and I guess whichever team can build that early momentum as well, maybe we'll start to see something different. Who knows?
I have to imagine that Rift is going to slot right into that position that Kojo was in. Rift also a very aggressive opera when it comes to Overpass that I saw when he was on the D2 roster, and I think that's going to continue here as well. But in all honesty, it has been Pug kind of pulling on the strings there, not making sure that AWP isn't too far forward at times. So I think that also will continue. So for me, the biggest look to this first map, at the very least, it's just watching the Saints and seeing what they have to offer. Can they just answer back? I mean, to be honest with you, shooting back against Davenport is the first difficult thing to overcome.
Yeah, I mean, for sure, ignoring all tactics, if you can't kill all the 5 players on their side of the server, it's difficult to kind of make the case for a game of Counter-Strike after that. But I mean, there was one player on the side of St. Clair, though, that definitely caught my eye, so I'm not sure about you, but Petro, definitely the player that has the most experience in that roster. And so coming into this, I would assume that the baseline that we'd expect for St. Clair performance is if Petro's showing up on all cylinders, then the rest of the players, if they can support him enough, maybe we could start to see something on that front.
Yeah, I think so. I think definitely, and it will be sort of a hope to move Petro around effectively and get him involved, as well as hopefully to see some positive surprises coming out from the rest of St. Clair, because we can only know so much from just looking at previous experience and the such. for St. Clair. So maybe there's something we missed, and that's the other thing. You know, you hope to see a little bit of that as we get down to the wire. It's Davenport starting out on the CT side, as this was St. Clair's map pick, and it'll be a standard B exec to start. Just smoke and a couple of flashes.
Straight out St. Clair, they're playing it back, they're setting themselves up for the boost, but first headshot's gonna connect. Dangerous to find that first. Wait, did you just find that falling? Oh,
yeah.
That was outrageous. And 3 Davenport players left standing as Dangerous continues to find impact.
Freebie, Tactile, gonna continue. It's Flower Petal, the last guy who's alive. Is nice shot, but will just be a couple to be found before the rest have fallen. It'll be the early start for Davenport with those 2 opening picks that Dangerous provided to give them the early lead. 1-0 for the CT side.
Unfortunate circumstance. I mean, like, getting the bomb down at the very least, it's something that you look forward to. It will fund them that investment into this round. But how much impact can you really have? The utility, honestly, is somewhat lacking for both of these rosters, but it's going to be a rift to face all 5 of these players if he continues to hang around.
Yeah, Pug as well has an M4. I mean, they've bought all M4s and FAMASs, so a very aggressive purchase. Rift spraying wildly. We'll get to. Here's the follow-up, and will eventually get taken out with a trade, Rye, with a little bit of a limited weaponry, but also now limited in the health department as well. Davenport will be stepping in and stepping up in a 4-on-2.
Mac 10, not the right range for that, and especially when you're swinging 2 of the Davenport players, not likely to be a successful affair. Davenport will double up, and that force buy from the St. Clair side will be extinguished. And coming into this, I mean, Deagles now for this next round, Tech 9's on the board. Davenport, they're setting themselves up well to find these first 2 rounds. Not only that, but start to build some momentum on the top. The only thing they're really lacking right now is that kind of little bit of money in their back pocket.
That's an ambitious little jump right there from Rye. I mean, information gathering to be the only information that he gains. Pug, though, collecting the shots, and this is already looking like it's going to be a little bit one-sided this round, especially. Is, well, limited weaponry, limited utility, and the remaining 3 players making their way up. One from Fountain, a couple from the Connector. Let's talk keys to success on this map whilst we have a moment. What is the critical part of the T side and the CT side that you need to see?
I think especially with this map in context, it's going to be important to see how both teams take bathrooms control. I think if you're St. Clair, getting in front of bathrooms, getting close to that A bomb site, and doing it without losing a player is probably going to be your best bet into getting rounds, because especially walking towards that B bomb site, Davenport are probably going to have you red. If you're not really making noise towards the A side, it's going to be pretty easy to read. This player's on the B bomb site. They're going to know how to adjust, and I think that's where the confidence is going to have to come in. It's going to have to be that early contact towards A where they need to come out on top.
Early contact towards A? Yeah, I'm in agreement. I think that's absolutely a critical part of the finding success, especially T-sided. The Saints. Rift, though. No op in hand just yet, but playing this angle pretty beautifully. Rye's going to walk into his crosshair here in a moment, and he'll get a freebie. And stick around once some more, but Petro, the man to shut him down.
Pug got stuck in connectors. Abyss takes a fight onto Corn, ready to swing back through. The Pug will punish that swing towards Party, and Flower Petal isolated as well. It's all down to Petro, AK in hand. He does also have the bomb in his possession, but 3 of the Davenport players to fight against, I mean, maybe an open path into the A bomb site.
Not being entirely quiet about this, not that there's anybody left to hear what's going on. And indeed, the path is wide open. Nothing here. Nobody actually going to be playing on the site. Dangerous just waiting passively, ultra passively, you could say. With Tactile coming in from the other side. It'll be a bomb down. That will give some space to the Saints. They are going to have the extra cash flow, the extra money. They should be able to rebuy, actually, almost regardless. and every gun taken out of the hands of the CTs will be fantastic. Petro with 25 HP. Winning seems difficult, though.
Now, with that information in hand, they'll start to swing through all 3 players to fight against. Petro didn't really stand much of a chance in that exact moment, but we did mention that bomb plant. That'll do enough to build a St. Clair's economy, and maybe getting a kill in that situation would have been slightly better too, to kind of temper that CT side economy, but getting that bomb plant in that 1v3, I would say it's more than enough, more than you would expect in a situation like this, and it might just be enough to, push St. Clair into this next round with these new weapons in hand and another chance to go for their first round.
I think Davenport as well, those small things like that triple swing is part of why they're so good.
Mm-hmm.
It's not something you see all the time in the collegiate space, especially, but even in like advanced, you see that mistake often. Is that JBH will catch the flash entirely. Nobody gonna follow up, just a nade that does some chip damage. It's JBH curious about finding entry into the B site. When a Molotov coming through, that's gonna mask the swing, but ultimately it's just trading back and forth. A little bit of damage here, a little damage there. The real problem, all 5 players committed for the Saints on the B site.
Oh, that's a bigger problem though. Davenport starting off this round with 3 frags now to their name and stuck towards water. St. Clair don't really have an outing in this. They tried to push in towards B, they got punished, and now with the back line being locked down as well, it's going to need to be a flawless round from Flower Petal to pull this through, and he's being hunted. Pug swinging through, gets taken down in the process. How many more Davenport players will follow suit? Not a single one.
Near flawless round right there. And that's where it's dangerous. You can see, look at the money already built up. Tactile's got 10k. Dangerous is the same. Rift had it before he bought the op, and Corn and Pug a little bit lower, but that's no problem. Davenport making money moves right now. Rift going to be headed for that aggressive maneuver. Maybe down... Oh, no, just a flash. Going to set Pug up, actually, for the aggression. And Pug not quite able to connect, but has the help of Dangerous, and Rift now over the top as well.
Grenade will deal some damage in the process as well, and St. Clair, as that smoke fades, they're going to try to look for this player towards Party, and doubled up here is the side of Davenport, but starting to come through on all sides of this will drop, but Eagles firing off shots. Tactile's been dropped to low HP. Confident as the utility flies through, trying to save his life. JBH going to drop in the meantime. Davenport, they've got 3 players up towards this A site, but there's an open door here towards B. If the timing's hit properly, Petro's got a deagle in hand, and players right behind him.
Yeah, this is looking pretty one-dimensional, one-sided for this round at the very least. Just a bit of shooting gallery. We're playing pinball right now.
It's Petro, that'd be also, yeah.
Nice grab. Of course, he's only alone. And now he will be gone. Single man disappeared from Davenport. That'll be Corn. He'll be able to rebuy just the same. And 3 AKs on the CT side as well. Got to be feeling good if you're Davenport.
Yeah, I would say that's definitely, this economy is something that you want to be proud of. Dangerous at 13 grand, same with Tactile. But one thing you should really be paying attention towards Davenport for, and I guess another reason they should be proud, is pay attention to the control they're taking. There's that round 2 rounds ago where you saw St. Clair take, oh no, that's a B rush, but just entry so far away from the utility. Blinded as the spray comes through the smoke. Oh, it's a flawless round. Davenport absolutely eviscerates St. Clair in the V-bomb site.
We'll get back to the conversation point that you were talking about in just a moment, because let's talk about that right there. You have to commit to that rush if you're St. Clair. You can't go halfway. You have to be throwing the flashes up over the top to deny that player that spray if you're going to go for the rush through that smoke. And that's the danger of playing against Davenport. They're so good at these small things, and St. Clair, the decision-making, just a little lacking there.
And so, I mean, back to this level of control, this time towards A. Davenport, only Pug lurking around, won't be able to contest this more in just a moment as he falls back towards that A site, and well, the supporting players will start to work their way up. But it's the confidence on these rotations and the way that Davenport plays their utility. If you start to have control, Davenport will react, and currently we're seeing it happen over towards long.
Yeah, I mean, not only that, but They've taken all of water control. They have information, and now Pug, he's just dry swung. Didn't even have a bit of utility left as he's continuing to apply the pressure. Flower Petal with a nice shot. Deagle working wonderfully, but it's just a trade and not even a 1-for-1. It's a 1-for-2.
And Rift's starting to activate. This AWP is a dangerous weapon and incredibly difficult to trade. That Shadow, that's going to betray Petro in one way or another. Gets tagged down and almost finished off. There it is. The Deagle will do it. And Flower Petal trying to escape with the bomb in hand. It's that 8th round for Davenport. And you just see Davenport playing so confidently. The moment that contact happened over towards bathrooms, fall back towards A site, regroup, go on the aggressive to try to find impact. And they did it. They found those kills over towards long. I believe there's one at connector as well. St. Clair, they're trying to go for control, and they're just losing manpower in the process. We're rarely even seeing them, step foot into a bomb site.
I mean, they haven't made it there since, like, I don't know, that plant
since
in round 3.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's it. They've yet to make it that far.
Or I guess the pistol round too, yeah.
I mean, yeah, obviously before that they were there, but I mean, that's a pistol round. And Davenport were playing a retake.
Mm-hmm. So
it's been difficult whenever Davenport are taking space for St. Clair to actually reclaim that area back. 10-1 for Dangerous.
You seeing the spy that I'm seeing right now? Flower Petal's got an op in hand. He's taken the hit, at least in this round, in terms of economy. He's gone for this glass can land. Glass can, not necessarily though. He does have the armor, so a slight asterisk to that statement. But
you're a rifle.
Yeah. It's a gun where if you're buying this into the round, you want them to go for opening duels. And I mean, not taking it this time around. Rifts will find JBH over towards Party, and now Opper hanging back, not wanting to sacrifice himself. Davenport, they're just so well positioned right now. I think they understand the economy they're up against. Just playing back, that's a dangerous wall to be on the other side of.
Very much so. Honestly, a blessing that didn't do much more. Nice flash. That is going to give the positioning over. Rift with a rare miss. But won't miss the second time, and the Deagle comes out, maybe a bit prematurely, to allow a second op to be recovered. No, Pug, he's denying that and much, much more. Flower Petal. This is why it's kind of difficult if you're going to be investing this op to be the guy bringing up the rear.
Ooh, okay. First connection, though, maybe a case for the round now. He's got the C4 in his back pocket, and Davenport, I think they're going to start to stray away from hunting for this frag. 35 seconds now. Likely to head up towards long. Is this possible? I mean, you've got 2 players on the bomb site, but these are angles you might just be able to swing for. The question is Davenport going to get proactive in your case?
Pick up the pace, though, too. 20 seconds. You're going to clear all these angles. You really need to be there in time. And great setup. A position where, in order to swing one, you have to swing another. Big fan of the sticker setup, though, on this one. Scott's Eric, Cloud 9, 2018. On the blue gun.
Yeah.
That's the Sun in Leo. Something like that.
Who knows? I'm not an expert, Vincent.
I think it's Sun and Leo. I used to have one. It's been a long time.
I've been out of the skin game for a long time. There's just too much going on. Especially with the recent drama. That's
true. Front bathroom smoke. Coming down, Puck hears them all stomping up, and he's going to make them run through a smoke and clear that they don't want to do so. Somehow that flash works wonders, and Pug will go down. Rift up, and he's got a no-scope. Are you kidding me?
Oh, no. I mean, what that's done, though, is look at this push over towards Wad. The smoke will fade towards this B side. They will have an avenue in towards the plant if they want it, but they'll first have to contest with Corn. Good angle for contact. The AK spray will connect for some damage, and now information of presence of this T side is finally the kill does go the way of St. Clair, potentially around here. Bomb plant's guaranteed.
Dangerous is on the flank. They got 2 players coming in. Dangerous is going to remove one. The spray tactile was good for it. Got a little bit scary there for just a moment, but ultimately an easy enough win. As 3 players survived, Davenport still able to keep the score at 0 for the Saints. 10-0.
it's not a welcoming sight when you have every single player on your team with 10 deaths, no one above, I guess, no one into double-digit kills. It's not to break St. Clair. It's just the reality of the situation. Davenport is fragging right now, and it's really difficult to be St. Clair in the situation they're in, where it's like, hey, let's take the snap control, and you end up at like last round where you're stuck behind a smoke top connector, and you've got to put yourself in a disadvantageous situation just to take the fight.
We saw the front bathroom smoke go out early. JBH with an opening pick. Something that's been sorely lacking is those opening shots. Dangerous, though, flying things back, and they're not prepared for him on Cat. But no, just the one. As Korn confirms the crossfire. Calculating. As it'll be Pug to swing from heaven. The final frag. It's 11.
Let's have this conversation, Vincent. What do St. Clair need to be doing? What are they missing right now? I guess outside of that kind of fragging power that they need to be winning around. Is there map control that you're seeing where there might be an opening? Is there a specific set of utility they might be able to abuse?
I think that the real problem right now is the lack of trade frags.
That's true.
I think that you have to be getting these trade frags, and they're not. Now, a lot of that down to the firepower. I think that's you know, two sides of the same coin. But Rift with another opening pick, finding Petro, who's been one of the more consistent players, picking up some higher impact frags, though not having a very high kill count himself.
And this is map control that St. Clair haven't been able to take very often. Working in towards this A bomb site from long could be beneficial for them. They do have 2 smokes to work with. They could probably put those to good use, flashbangs to back up us up. But the real note here is the lack of a Molotov. You really do need it to force a player like Rift out of this truck position, and especially with Dangerous rotating up as well. This is going to be a hard bomb site to take. St. Clair will try either way.
They're set up for it. Or Davenport. Where's the flashes? No flashes. They're nowhere to be seen. Where's the utility? What is happening? Davenport. They don't have to deal with anything. The Saints just walk in dry.
Maybe I'll try to put myself in the mind of St. Clair real quick. Maybe they thought that by sneaking up they could try to catch them with nades in hand, or just go for this sort of contact play. But I mean, it was very clear there was contact towards long earlier. Davenport knew exactly what St. Clair were at least positioned to be able to do, and the utility definitely would have been beneficial in hindsight. But 3 players, sorry, up towards his party area, and Pug's pushed up towards long, Vincent. Pay attention towards him in the later stages here.
And he might catch one right now. He's going to be swinging into 2 players here, and there's Pug taking the shot. He's going to get a second. Petro moving forward. At least they have control of front bathroom, but that control is counterfeited by Pug just hanging out here at long.
Oh. Just removed is the head of flower petal.
When Pug's playing this well, there's really no beating Davenport.
Is there just beating Davenport? Is that even a concept that Nace is familiar with?
No, not this season, not last season. That's for darn sure. Even the season before, they were the team to beat. Drexel were just sort of coming out of nowhere. Crazy beat them in the finals in that one season. It was spring 22. Or no, that was actually fall 2021.
Look at you. Living history piece, Vincent.
Yeah, my Nate's history is on point. At least for Counter-Strike. Drexel did win in spring 2022 as well, but they did not beat Davenport. They beat UCF.
Did they just use 2 smokes for that? Oh, okay. Right. Put himself in front of the Molotov, straight into the action and out towards Monster. The bomb drops, but immediately a similar situation as we saw previously, trapped in water. St. Clair, they're being hunted. Nade. Oh, instead it's Rift's up straight through the concrete wall to close out the round. And again, you see these sort of pace changes. St. Clair looking to try to switch things up, but Davenport, they respond so quickly. They're well aware. They've got those protocols set in place to punish. There's just no way into the round. St. Clair, they need to earn this.
You got 3 players on max money, Davenport. Last round and a half, Bug getting a little run boost. It'll be...
Oh, Okay.
Not quite the look that Pug was looking for, but it's all right.
Information.
Yeah, it knows what's going on at the very least. This is a bit of a pots and pans purchase for the Saints. Oh, the Flower Petal could have found that shot. Would have been brilliant.
Rift's playing a dangerous game to continue swinging for these frags, but he's got one. He might just play whack-a-mole as he continues to look for more. In for that second frag. Why not go for more? Oh, is that the first time I see the reload of the outpunish a player? Maybe not. The Deagle will follow up, and Petro try to save at least a single round in this half, and Pug will be the one to close. It's 15-0. Davenport looking flawless.
Yeah, looking and are flawless. That is how it goes. A rough showing from the Saints, but honestly, I don't think that it's anything that they particularly did wrong. They've just run into a buzzsaw named Davenport University D1.
But that's the crazy thing, right, Vincent? Every single time we see situations like this, that's always the discussion. It's not that you were bad. It's just Davenport. It's just Davenport. You can't complain when you lose the games like this because there's just so much more going on.
Petro, nice opening pick. Will be instantly punished for it, though. Pug doing the damage as mentioned. When Pug, the in-game leader, this Davenport team playing this well, it's hard to beat. And I'd say Pug, one of the best in-game leaders to come up in the last couple of seasons, no doubt.
Agreed. Oh, okay. Show me some more of that, please. Flower Petals, he finds himself a third dinks through the wall as well. Pug, lots of targets. Just not enough, though. It is going to be that first round, unfortunately. It is the second pistol of this game, Vince, and a way to start off the CT side. Can they continue?
I mean, yeah, for the next round, maybe. Not like, this is not a comeback. I'm saying it now. There's just no way.
Vincent, come on. What do I need to do to convince you this is happening?
If you could, like, run to my house right now, from your house in the time it takes.
Disconnect for the Davenport players.
No. Just if you could make that run.
Oh,
then... I would be a believer because that's about as believable as St. Clair bringing this back.
Are you doubting me?
Yeah.
Okay, understood.
Yep. Just glad we could get on the same page. St. Clair. I mean, they do. This is a round where they can win. Flower Petal has an op, which is ambitious, but at 15-1, you know what? I love it.
Oh, MP9, this is a good situation to find yourself in, but not when Tactile's got the first shot. I will go down, the AWP shot will miss too, and that's going to send Davenport straight in towards the safe side as it does fall.
No. Davenport.
Dangerous. He's in a position on the flank to punish as well. They know exactly where these rotations are coming from. We might just be in the later stages of this first map.
I mean, and they gave Rift an op as well, unfortunately. Though he has missed a few shots. He's done a lot of good rifling, and he won't miss that second. Petro lasts alive, and Korn will shut it down. 16-1, the scoreline. As mentioned, one of the best maps for Davenport. Also good for St. Clair, just not that good, I guess, is the storyline here. Birdie, is there really much to say? What is there to say?
We've been down this road a lot. Listen, we've been on many Davenport broadcasts. We've seen many Davenport victories. This was just another Davenport victory. We didn't see anything crazy. We didn't see Davenport at full strength. We just saw the Davenport that we know and love. Yeah, we did. And Pug playing a great game. Dean Joris had a good game. I felt like Korn was right there. Tactile and Rift. Tactile a little bit slower, but who cares? I mean, he didn't need to show up. He just had a little off game. It was perfect. He was like, hey guys, I'll just hang back. I won't even take these fights. So brilliant stuff. 16-1. That's the start. Vertigo up next. Davenport's second best map. We'll see how that goes. We'll take a short break and we'll see you in a minute.
Well, Overpass was a 16-1, and if Vertigo is going to be much the same, it's going to be more like oh no as we move forward. Birdie Box, is this going to be any different than Overpass?
In terms of the map played, yes. In terms of rounds difference, maybe not. That's really what it comes down to. Is Davenport is just the better team. It would take Davenport massively underperforming for there even to really be a conversation about what's going to happen here on Vertigo. And St. Clair, I mean, with what they showed in map number 1, I don't really think there's anyone standing out above and beyond to really push this over the line for them.
Yeah, I mean, that is the case, isn't it? It's just been St. Clair, even the individuals that we kind of talked about. We talked about Petro. I don't want to say was disappointing because I felt like was kind of we're right there with everybody else, but I feel like we didn't necessarily see anyone kind of jump into that role of somebody who may be able to create some miracle rounds. Flower Petal picked up some nice shots on the USP that gave them the single round over on Overpass. We could see some more with the pistols, but ultimately, I think Davenport are going to be looking at a similar situation.
Yeah, I mean, honestly though, if we saw shots similar to what we saw in that second pistol round from the side of St. Clair, you know, starting off this game with a pistol round, maybe following up with, you know, that ANC4 spy, that sort of stuff. I think there's a case to be made. I think St. Clair could probably find a few rounds here. I think there's probably momentum to be found. I think you could probably disrupt Davenport enough to where they're going to have to step up their game a little bit. I think if you can force Davenport to make that move and take that step back and focus up, I think there's already something to be talking about here. But St. Clair needs to get to that point first. We need to see those first few rounds on the board, and we need to see a point where they're far enough on the scoreboard or in the kill feed in terms of performance to where they could build confidence of their own.
Confidence building, that is a good idea. I mean, definitely want to see that. St. Clair, CT side, as I think we mentioned before, Davenport. Me starting on the T side. Technically, I think you and I were talking about Vertigo. Technically, slightly T-sided. I mean, not even slightly, like 54%. So
when it comes to college teams, does it really matter?
I mean, no, but you know, just for the funsies.
Yeah. I'm on the same page with you. I'm just making the point. You know, those statistics can be very deceiving in corn. Deceiving is the Glock around this corner as Petro dodges these bullets, but still committing to this fight. Oh, both of them escaping with their lives, though. It's still 5 versus 5.
Yeah, it's sort of a fight between two individuals unable to shoot their weapons accurately, unfortunately. Rift making their way up the side hall. Gonna be right. Taking the first shot, shooting fish in a barrel, but unfortunately, that barrel moving quickly into your face. Dangerous as well in the sight and corn. Long range, tapping away for 2 more. It is Abyss, who's now deep in said abyss to the next round.
I think every single gunfight we saw there, with the exception of the gunfight from Corn towards mid, I think all of them were 1vx situations where Davenport was swinging with multiple people. And you can't really complain about that. Davenport knew the fights that they were expected to take. They took them. And St. Clair, they just kind of fell flat as a result. You can't really swing when there's 3 people coming up on your screen. You have to play your angles, and, well, St. Clair couldn't quite make it, but they'll force back a Nova towards side hall, Vincent. I'm desperate to see this find kills.
I'm not gonna lie. This is where the Swag 7's just better.
Oh, yeah?
It is. It just, like, am I wrong? Do you disagree? Oh, all right. At least you got one with it.
I was going to say, shut
sort
up,
of
Vincent,
paying, sort of paying for himself right there. But yeah, I do think that really the Mag 7's a little better in that spot.
I could maybe see the case if you're trying to buy like an extra flashbang or something, but he had money left over, so I don't know what the justification is.
Well, Rift, nothing to justify, just shooting heads. Saying, hello, my name is Rift. I'd like to introduce myself.
New to Davenport, new to the server, and new bullets to enter your brain.
It'd be bad if you had old bullets there. Not that it would be any less deadly. Well, this is a real possibility. 2 players. Okay, never mind. Rift will die. It's going to be Corn, but he's got the long range of the AK against the MP9. Not going to work out. Some good work, though. Good trades for St. Clair. That's something we haven't seen.
Yeah, I don't think we've seen a 1vx situation like that for the entire series, and for a moment I was on the edge of my seat. I was wondering if St. Clair could push it over the line. I mean, having that one player, I forgot who it was, just sitting under the boost, he was in a position to ruin the entire day of St. Clair, but eventually did. It was just so awkward, and Pug, and that first blow in towards mid Eagle. Petro will end up finding that trade, but in towards that east side, it's gonna be that bomb plant, and it's gonna be Davenport already hunting for some more frags.
Yeah, don't swing Petro when he has a deagle. Apparently, Dangerous and Rift gonna clean it up, but got expensive there. 3 players going down, and ooh, nice movement by Dangerous.
3-0, Vincent. We saw this at the start of the last game, but now into the first gun round, St. Clair, an opportunity to prove us wrong. I think they're starting off on a better foot. They seem a little better. Petro's already firing on more cylinders than he was in the prior map. Davenport, though, they've got a lot of presence towards the side of the map. A smoke to deny this control, but is Davenport going to be scared? They don't tend to respect this too often.
Yeah, Petro was sort of like a backpack blower last map. Now he's like, I don't know, a lawnmower or something.
Oh, creative.
I gotta get creative. It's, yeah, this was 16-1 last map.
And it's, you deal with the hand you're dealt, you know what I mean?
Oh,
Timing
man.
there.
Abyss, nice shot. It's going to be Corn falling. Petro as
looks
well.
mid.
It's going to keep things even, and Dangerous will fall as well. Swinging with a smoke out, not the best of ideas.
That's uncharacteristic from Davenport. They took a lot of 1v1s there, and now that they've lost out on them, the remaining two players, Pug and Rift, they've got to try to claw their way back into the round. Loud as the footsteps as Pug falls back, but is this a ruse?
On, I think, just by stepping in that molly, it's going to be information given over to Rift. Now Pug knows there's somebody kind of waiting in the wings. There is one flash, 2 smokes left for the Saints. They could flash themselves into this area. Rift working with smoke and a flash as well.
It's 1v1. The first one is going to be so important. Swing towards side hall. Pug not going to take a single bullet, but Petro now aware of the situation in front of him. Oh, man. You mentioned in the last map, but when you got Pug firing like this, what do you do?
It's really tough. Abyss needs a 1v2. Has already a possibility, but Rift will shut it down. Pug with 2 blinders, quick headies, and it will be a 3v2 unable to be solidified for the St. Clair College side. Davenport still working a 4-0 lead. And that, I mean, you're right. Davenport, a little uncharacteristic in their overzealousness in the mid stages of the last round, but they were able to win it anyway. Off the back of Pug, you know, some nice shots.
Can't complain, no? If you get a round win, it's a round win, but it might just mean it's an opportunity for St. Clair, you know? Something to read in later rounds, but it seems like the tendency is to go for those 1v1s they've already stopped is Davenport, they force control of the save ramp. They do find a kill. Traded is one of those frags, but rifles in hand, I think they will push towards this A side at the end of the round. St. Clair, they'll have to make these deagles sing, as will Flower Petal is, well...
removed.
Yeah.
Yeah, a little bit of weird timing for Flower Petal there, unfortunately. Got a guy in the back of the site. That's going to be Rye. Trying to deny the plant. Pug will survive. And Rye will swing through that smoke. A little over swinging. And Pug through the smoke, returning the favor. Although this time, a little bit more favorable for the Davenport side. 5-0.
Yeah, with that 5-0, Vincent, you're dealing with a Davenport that, you know, they're coming off that 6-2-1 win in the first map, and they're starting to... I mean, they were feeling confident at the end of that, but now they know what they're working with, what they're working against, and now not only are you playing against Davenport, but you're playing against a Davenport that aren't afraid to fight you. On a map that they're very comfortable with, arguably more comfortable with. How do you proceed?
Yeah, that's the issue, isn't it? It's just like, where do you go from here? Nice off angle from Petro here. Tactile might get caught off guard. And he does go for the swing. Tactile. Caught sleeping. Pug nearly in a weird spot, but it'll be a fall back before he can get dissuaded.
It's those jiggles like that from Dangerous right there that just shows confidence. You know, if there's an op on their side, Dangerous dies. But you know, you can see in the way he's just moving that if there's a player on the other side of that wall, I'm going to win that gunfight. That's just what you expect to happen. As Rice swings back through, Pug is taken out. And Davenport on the back foot all of a sudden. Rift finding himself in a gunfight as Dangerous pushes into the bomb site, finds contact. Rift able to back up his teammate, and every single A-site defender drops in the blink of an eye.
Yeah, Dane sort of making the move, finding that opening pick, forces the side hall aggression, and then Rift holding over the top for any sort of player trying to make a play there. And all 3 of those endeavors go the Davenport way. So once again, from a deficit to a victory, as St. Clair head for a save. Abyss and Petro just gonna have to try again later. Understandable save this is, but it's got to be frustrating as the rounds start to tick.
The CT side had an op this round, didn't they?
I don't recall. I don't think so, but I'm not sure.
Pretty sure they did. I don't remember where it was placed, but I remember that not really being in a position to find good contact. That's really something you want to pay attention to if you're St. Clair. That's an expensive weapon to have just lurking around. You want to go for those opening duels in St. Clair. In recent rounds, they've actually been pretty good at going for those duels and winning them. If you could do that in an op in a situation where it's not necessarily tradable, you know, keep putting yourself into these man advantage situations. Eventually, you're bound to win a round.
Yeah, that's a good point. Tactile coming back to the same well. This time, he wants it. He's going to get help from Pug, and yeah, Pug will shut it down. Warren confidently swinging out B. That was aggressive. Will ultimately fall back just temporarily. As Abyss. Miss Molotov allows him to stick around for a lot longer than I think the T's were willing.
Where is Pug? How is he here?
He's
really going to take that fight to... Oh,
Bro.
my. JPH not really standing a chance. It's not really a traditional gunfight as the gunfight towards elevator comes through. Rye's going to come out on top, but... ooh.
Don't you mean Ricks?
Yes, Ricks. Listen, I'm following your lead here.
We were having a conversation. Rye, if you are seeing this, and we were debating before the game started if it was Rye CS or Ricks. I was on the Rye CS side. Birdie was on the Ricks side.
I just want to point out, Rye, if you are seeing this, we have another problem we need to be talking about, so this better be after the fact.
I mean, yeah. It's fair. But you know, let us know. Shoot us a tweet on Vincent Cass, maybe.
Oh? I love that Twitter account.
Big fan, yeah? Mm-hmm. Me too. Dangerous. I'm a big fan of what he's been doing overall. It's Rift, though, to take that opening pick. Now Rye has time to let us know.
He does. You can tab out, send me a message on Steam. You have to find me first, but...
I was about to say, you have him added?
I mean, you know, you can have the setting turned off, right? Where random people can message you, but...
I mean, why would you ever do that?
I know, I'm being outrageous, but... In towards this B-side, a flashbang to send Davenport hunting, and it's the double kill to go the way of the CTs. MP9 finds a connection with the headshot. Rift's now on low HP. He opened the round, and it's now up to him to try to stay alive. The bomb in his possession manages to escape, and it's the A bomb site to fall in the process. Dangerous is unlocked this round, and now with the potential to end it right here and now. Flower Paddle, okay, a little bit awkward on the contact, but he's got it. And Petro, he's been delivering so much this map already. Needs to follow up.
1v3. Molly, gonna go out. He's gotta wait things out himself. Confirming that nobody can go over to side hall, but gotta have an op, and that op will find its connection. Rift with 3 after, I mean, he should have been dead before the first one, to be honest. Pulled out that P250 incredibly quickly and found the kill with it as well.
9th round, Vincent.
It's already 9?
Yeah, we're getting into stages where if you're wondering how the trend of the half is going to go, this is probably where you'd start reading. It's difficult to it's difficult to turn things around when you've already lost the majority of rounds. And I'm looking at these buys from the St. Clair side, and I'm just not convinced what's going on. NP9 and M4, Abyss hunting for information. This mid plays
desperation, maybe.
It's confident. Yeah, I mean, you could justify that. Oh, that's a nice spray from Tactile, but just players dropping across the board. Davenport, they're hunting, and let me just put it this way: you never see them doing this against, I guess, an ECL team.
Well, no, you wouldn't, but they also wouldn't be winning like this against an ECL team.
Right.
Necessarily. I mean, maybe, but probably not.
Depends on the ECL team, I guess.
Yeah. I mean, even then, I don't think anything would be this one-sided. JBH, nice shot with the deagle, but that's all that can be had. And agreed. Like, what is the plan here? Like, why is Flower Petal working with 3400? That seems unreasonable to me. I guess we are locking in on a very weird situation, and it could just be as simple as I hit the wrong bind, I misbot. It happens.
Yeah, I mean, funnily enough, with the way Davenport are playing right now, an op would be the perfect weapon. You put someone with an op in hand, you send them towards side hall, and when Pug walks onto your screen, you pull the trigger. There's been a lot of drive swing, a lot of contact, gunfights being taken out on this Davenport side. St. Clair, there's opportunities here to take advantage. They just can't find the right timings. They're not using the right weapons, and they're not positioning themselves correctly. Dangerous, how is he here?
He just walked up. Nobody's dealt with him. He's gonna find some shots here. Riley, there's a nice one. It'll be Tactile to connect onto Flower Petal though. It's, another 4-on-3, and you know, kind of to reiterate on that conversation point with Flower Petal as well. You would have expected him to like invest into this round though. Like you saved this round.
Wait, what?
Yeah, like he bought Deagle armor and that's it. So just a little bit weird. That's all. I'm sure there's some reasoning behind it, but
I mean, miscommunication at best.
Yeah, I'm a little bit loath to understand myself, but I do understand those shots. Abyss gonna be flattened after those nice shots, though. Tactile doing the flattening. Will be Tactile to take another fight and some time as he applies the pressure to mid.
It's a retake. I mean, listen, you just go for these at this point. When the scoreline looks like this, you take every possibility. You can get a 2v3 and a retake. I mean,
it's big winnable.
Yeah, why not? Especially with the utility they got in hand. 2 smokes, 4 flashbangs to take gunfights if they wanted, but this player in the back line is really what you have to be worried about. That's after you find all these players towards the ramp. Davenport, it's just so confident.
I'm a little concerned and unfortunate that St. Clair didn't actually use any of that utility that they had. I know they were really worried about getting swung from Tactile coming from mid, but still would have preferred to see them take some of those fights with some utility, or at least smoke the bomb or something. But I think St. Clair right now in a bit of a situation where they're maybe flustered, not quite sure to what they need to be doing, and because of that, making some poor decisions.
There's lots of information here for St. Clair. There's Molotovs towards mid and utility over towards this B side. Expect that rotation to go over, and it is. But as Davenport starts to take control, expect that lurk towards this A site to activate as well. JBH, that's an awful timing. And after missing it, it's that B bomb site.
And Flower Petal, who had picked up a knot because of the save in the last round, won't even get a chance to fire it. Dangerous collects Pedro on said lurk, and 11 to nothing is the scoreline. Davenport are dominating.
Man, I need to see. I need St. Clair to. First of all, I need them to have a coordinated buy. We can't keep seeing these MP9s and Deagle buys with 1,400.
I mean, they are coordinated here. They're all buying. It's just all bad. Petro going 1 for 1. Not ideal at this point. Rift taking Abyss out of the equation. It's Petro reaggressing with 12 health and a dream, but it's the B site overwhelmed. Okay, never mind. They're rotating off. Going back A.
Davenport does what they wish, and Dangerous shoots whenever he likes, and he will opt to do it quite soon. JBH not going to know where that one came from. The timing was quite unfortunate for him indeed. As the rotations come through, Petra with one of those invested M4s in hand, he's going to be hunted, Vincent.
That he will. There's certainly no way he's getting out of this alive. He'll take one with him. But just the one. Tactile has been shooting well. 16k, 16k, 16k. 3 players have it.
You know, sometimes you wonder how much economy is an indicator of how well you're doing in a game is, and I think this is a situation where you can look at it and say it's very indicative. 16 grand for every player essentially is it tells a story.
I mean, Pug doesn't have a lot, but yeah, when 3 players have, like, I realize with the current economy system as well, like how rare it actually is to have 16k.
Yeah,
especially when you compare it to like other tac shooters like Valorant. Like you get max money in Valorant like quite easily comparatively.
I wouldn't know.
Yeah, max money's 9k.
Oh yeah, then I could see that. This is interesting. St. Clair, this is a coordinated play. Unfortunately for them, they're not swinging in a coordinated fashion and fighting 3 players on all sides. Davenport quickly sweep them away, and as the smokes deny them entry as well. St. Clair, it's just another retake. They're going to be forced to fight for, but they're just not going to be in a comfortable situation to do it from. 2 versus 5. Contact on the flank. Flower Petal will win that first gunfight, but still 4 more to go in the time continuing to tick.
Nice little flick there. Unfortunately, it's just for the tag, not the frag. It's Dangerous take him out. Flower Petal, as mentioned previously, already low and now out. Will be 13th for Davenport as they walk all over the Saints. This T side has been nothing but incredible.
Yeah, what's interesting to me is Davenport, I mean, they're not really, we knew this already, they're not really making great use of their strat book. We know how deep this can be. They're mid. It's just mostly just been lurks, just going for these frags. This score line, I mean, it can't get any worse, but it doesn't tell the story of just how much of a level Davenport are playing on. Flower Petal, did he make a sound on that drop? I'm not quite sure, but it's not gonna matter. He's got position to the bomb, but there's just so many more players to find, and as the rest of his teammates drop around him, he's gonna have to probably go huge.
He will indeed. He'll need 5 kills. 1v5 requirement. Dane not aware of the situation that they were in, but now they are. Flower Petal, V or more.
23 bullets to do it.
We need to double up his frags to win this round. There's a time to clutch up. It would be now, but I think they're just going to swing him with guns out, and indeed that's what happens. Falling at the first hurdle, it's Pug for the pick.
One could say they're pugging.
One could say they are pugging it right now. Yes, indeed.
I'm sure Davenport would love to disagree, but
no,
I'm
they
seeing
would
something else. They would agree? Okay.
No, they would disagree. Though, or maybe they would.
Koi would like to disagree, but
Koi would disagree. I agree. That's fair. Pug would probably not disagree.
He's pugging?
Dangerous would not disagree.
Okay,
I mean, they're winning
aggressive.
though.
Oh, okay. That's a very confident first frag. Hunting for more as well. This is good, but it might just be because they've understood that the B bomb side has fallen. What is going on? All 5 players running on the flank from this CT side. Tactile are ready to line them up, isolating them in the doorway, but the Molotov not thrown in time means retake is on.
Possibilities here in the 3v3, but those are expiring swiftly. Flower Petal. Another clutch attempt and another clutch failed, unfortunately for him. It is another 15-0.
We find ourselves at a crossroads again, Vincent. Back on overpass, we saw for a moment a glimpse of hope. We saw the second pistol round. We saw that second pistol go the way of St. Clair. Can it happen again?
It can.
Yes. The answer is yes. Do you think
What?
it'll happen again?
Yeah, okay. I mean, I'll be honest, probably not, but I can hope. I can... Ooh. Where's this smoke go?
I don't know.
Hey,
This I wish this utility would have been thrown for every other round this entire best of 3, but it's in towards this side. Davenport, they've already rotated. Look, they're already got all 5 players ready to fight for this, and Korn swinging back through. Not only does he drop the bomb, but he finds a second as well. Abyss quick on the trade, but there's more to come.
Indeed. A continuation, dangerous. There's the tippity taps with the dualies. Flower Petal taking one more, but it will be over. 16-0 and 16-1. Just a singular round between the 2 maps for St. Clair Saints. Their academy squad really struggling, though, against the best in the business. Davenport, not so surprising. I think, honestly, not a lot to say, Birdie. It just comes down to Davenport being a great team. St. Clair really didn't have the firepower to work against them, in all honesty.
Yeah, and that's just the way it is. When you're playing this Varsity Premier League, you acknowledge that you have to go up against teams like Davenport, and sometimes you have to lose to them in the process. And it's not necessarily a bad thing. You know, you lose games like this, and yeah, you get humbled. You realize, man, there's teams that are so much better than me, but that's okay. That's kind of why you play Counter-Strike. You're never going to be the best, and knowing there's always someone better than you, that's motivation. That's what makes you better at the game, and that's what originally pushed Davenport to be in the situation that they were. There were teams that were better than them for a long time, and they worked hard to get to the point where they are, and they're showing it.
Now they are. This is the age of Davenport here at the A-Star League, and we're going to get to talk to one of those Davenport members here in just a moment. Of course, we're going to have to take a short break before we get there. We'll be setting up that interview. Always a pleasure to get to talk to one of those players. We'll get that figured out and then come back to you in just a moment. Well, after a pretty swift game there, we have our interview prepared and ready, and it's with great pleasure that I would like to introduce Corn to the broadcast. It is indeed Corn time. Corn, how are you doing?
Good, how are you?
I'm doing fantastic. Always a pleasure to talk to you, my friend. Easy game this evening. So, I mean, I guess I'll throw up the softball question. Any expectations other than this for tonight?
No. Actually, I mean, maybe to 16-0 the first map too. We kind of griefed a little bit. You know, kind of overextending, kind of having fun with it. You know how it is.
Yeah, I'm really disappointed y'all couldn't get the 32-0. It's sort of, a problem.
Yeah.
But all jokes aside, I want to talk more about the roster in general, because obviously you guys have had some changes since last season.
Yeah.
Just you and Pug coming in from the championship roster, national championship winning roster last season. Talk to me about these changes and kind of just lay it out for me. What's been the biggest difference, and how have you guys been betting in?
So the biggest difference is obviously like it's just different players, it's different mentalities, it's just different everything. Like everything's changing compared to last semester with Swisher and Kojimo. Like, we had like a lot more firepower in theory, and just with Nate stepping back for a little bit, or Spec stepping back for a little bit, we're also just getting more people experience playing with D1, kind of like bringing people up, etc., etc.
Yeah, let me kind of follow up on that about Spec, because Spec, ultimately stayed with the roster. There was some speculation that he was going to go to, some pro team actually, but ended up sticking around. Now taking a step back. Has that kind of affected you guys in any way, or has it just been kind of go with the flow?
Oh, totally. I mean, like, Nate brings so much to the team. Spec brings so much to the team, just as like a player, as like a voice. He has a really great impact. So him stepping down has kind of had a big impact on our team. It's kind of been up to like me to step up more, and Dane's been stepping up a lot, and kind of taking over that like more voice in the team, and just kind of like try to keep us where we were at before.
Okay, so I kind of want to probe a little bit more into kind of this newer roster, and not just the roster, but kind of how that affects what's going on in the server. How much has changed in terms of necessarily roles with you guys, or you guys map pool, or the structure you guys apply towards the round? Is the calling different? Like, what's going on in that side of things?
Realistically, the only thing that's different with our calling is like sometimes in mid rounds, like I'll take over or Dane will take over. But like the overall structure of the team hasn't really changed all that much. Like we have, like today, Tactile slotted in for Pug's role on B site overpass, like CT side, and then Pug filled in for our A rifle role that's kind of been vacant. So like we kind of change around things like a little bit, but the like majority of it is kind of still like under the same floor, if that makes sense.
Yeah.
Gotcha. Well, I mean, you guys look fantastic and have been fantastic for a long time. Is the goal this season the same? Another natty? Is that what you're going to be collecting?
Of course. No matter what, like we're always shooting for the natty. We're shooting for the natty here. We're shooting for the natty and Face It. That's always the goal. We're trying to build a dynasty here.
Well, already started doing that with last season. We'll see how it continues. Corn, it's been a pleasure, my friend. Always love to talk to you. Congrats to you and the team. Another easy win. And yeah, anybody you want to give a shout out to or say hello before we let you go?
I guess shout out to my girlfriend. She's back there playing Impact qualifiers. So, rooting for her.
Hey, let's go. Definitely check that out. A lot of fun. Appreciate that, Corn. Have a good one, and congrats to you and the team.
Thank you. Thank you. I appreciate it.
Alrighty. Do love me some Corn in time. Always a lot of fun to talk to. And was really a pretty amazing addition to this roster when he first came in, and has continued to do that as well. Birdie, unfortunately, because of all of the time that we've saved here, we've saved a little too much time. It means that our next series isn't quite ready to go yet. They're going to get things started as soon as they can, but we are going to have a little bit of an extended break between now and then, So we're hoping to get things started right about 9 p.m. Eastern. That's going to be about 40 minutes away, though. So make sure that you're tuning back in for that. But we will be having an extended break in the meantime. With that being said, we're going to head to that right now. We'll see you in about 40 or so minutes. So after that short little break, definitely not a long one, we head into our second series of the day. It's going to be a pretty good one, I think. Butler, Wayne State, two newbies for the Ace Star League here in the premier side of the varsity things. Birdie Box, welcome back, my friend. Any initial thoughts when we look at Butler and Wayne State?
I'm getting similar vibes to the previous matchup for somehow the same reasons, but completely different reasons. We're talking about two teams which haven't really seen before, right? But when we looked into these players, had similar levels of skill discrepancies and kind of I'll say experience, not skill. At least on the record.
Yeah. Well, both of the records are looking good, to be fair. 1-0 for both of these teams. Got started out strong. In fairness, Butler getting a little bit of an FFW. That was against Penn College. On the other side of things, it was the Wayne State side of things doing just a tad bit better. They got the victory as well. So taking the starting rosters, though: Phantom, Viking, Burnoot, Ninja, and TMFKN. I'm going to go with that. I'm not sure. Like, it's weirding me out.
Maybe TMF, just abbreviate.
Yeah, sure, TMF. We'll just abbreviate because my brain is difficult. Starting out on the Wayne State side of things, though: Ping, Ashy, Kaba, IAMS, and Ego. Ping, the in-game leader for this team, with Ego being the AWP player. They're a good team. I mean, they're a solid squad. Has some serious firepower behind them.
Yeah, from what we saw, there's definitely some experience to back that up as well. I definitely think, just at early stage of this heading into it, I think that's the team where I think the both of us are going to be leaning towards to kind of pull through with this. They seem like they've got the firepower, I guess, kind of analogous to what Davenport came to the last series with.
I mean, maybe that's not so analogous. They definitely,
like very broad comparison.
Yeah. Like just to be clear, but. The comparison is that it's more like, a very significant amount of firepower difference. It's just on a different level. Like Davenport is on a different level of firepower above everybody else. You know what I mean? Like there's firepower difference, and then there's Davenport. And yes, they're off this chart doesn't work. They're off.
Yeah, there's like where I perform in pugs, and then there's where you perform in pugs. You know, it's like.
Why you gotta do me like that, man? I really didn't deserve that. I just, you know what? I'm trying to just perform well here, just like Wayne State is against Butler. So for us, Wayne, the favorites probably, just based on like overall rankings and everything. On the Butler side of things, relatively new players when it comes to, or at least skill-wise, relatively new players. They have Viking, who's kind of the guy that is going to have to be the heaviest hitter. Level 10 on Face It is going to be the in-game leader for this squad, and I hope that that's going to help out just a little bit. But for me, this is a David versus Goliath story, just like we saw in the last one. Probably not going to be as one-sided, though, I would imagine.
You'd hope for it not to be, at least. And I mean, and talking about the maps that we're going to come into tonight as well, it's an interesting affair for sure. Going into Mirage, Nuke, and then last map potentially Inferno Decider if we need it. It's interesting. We go for Mirage. Objectively, I think at this point, with the removal of Dust 2, the puggiest map in the active duty pool, into one of the most tactical maps in the active duty pool. So it'll be interesting to see how those kind of contrast each other. And then Inferno, I mean, if you don't play Inferno, you shouldn't be playing in North America.
Do you play Counter-Strike if you don't play Inferno?
Not in NA, I don't think so.
Yeah, I don't think that's like allowed. I think that's breaking some sort of laws somewhere. I don't know.
Probably the Geneva Convention. I don't know. I haven't read it.
Yeah, same. I too have not read it. So we'll just go with that. Probably breaking the Geneva Conventions, I'm sure. Mirage, though, is, I think, ironically, where we're going to start, probably the best chance for Butler to kind of get some stuff rolling. The fact that they picked Nuke, this is why, like, so not that I'm saying this is a bad pick, but Bird, like, when you pick Nuke, the problem isn't being good at Nuke. It's that you have to be good on the T side of Nuke to pick Nuke, because you're always starting on the T side if you pick it. That's the tough part.
But in the same way, though, in recent history, I've seen T sides on Nuke be insanely dominant. For some reason, I don't know what the shift was specifically in the meta, but I've just been seeing T sides roll with 9-round T sides just out of nowhere, and it seems so difficult. I mean, it's probably related a lot to the economy and maybe a little bit to the op changes and just kind of how people work around the map these days. But I don't know. I've seen outrageous T sides, Vincent. So
Sure?
I'll just throw that into the pool.
I don't know what Nuke you've been watching. I guess I've been watching a lot of EUCS, to be fair. But
Oh yeah, I remember I watched the CS we're watching tonight.
yeah, I've been watching some EUCS and I have not seen that trend. So maybe it's an NA thing. To be fair though, over the LAN I was at last weekend, I didn't see a single nuke. No. I did see a nuke map. 2 nuke maps. It was Masami Duck's team who played a couple of nukes. And they did dominate on the T side, actually, now that I think about it.
Okay.
I'm just okay. Well, this is just all gone to hell and back. It's fine.
Stuff.
It's just fine. Mirage, our first map, and I was going to make the point that probably one of the better chances for Butler to kind of stamp their ticket and show what they've got, because number one, they get the CT side start. Not that that's like the most impactful on Mirage, but it's nice. Especially if you can get that AWP that Burnout is going to be trying to pull in. That's important on the CT side. So I'm curious to see how that goes. Then second to that, of course, it's a good place to kind of get your like CT rotations and calls going, because everybody plays it. So if there's a chance, I think Mirage is a good shout.
And I think the AWP that you mentioned, it's a good note, I guess, for both teams, because it's one that you can safely take fights on Mirage. You know, you can set an op out ramp alone and just have them go for a peek towards ticket, or send your op through mid to fight that window player up through the apartments, go for a lurk frag. It's very versatile, and due to the nature of the way the map works on both sides, you'll never really know where the op is hanging around, and so oftentimes you'll hear that first shot and you'll go, okay, time to not hit that bomb site. You'll rotate up and the op is already there. And that's what makes Mirage such an interesting map to play, not because you could call that tactics, but that does play into the puggy element of, I'm just going to get a kill here and I'm going to be somewhere else because I want to get a kill there. Like, it's just the way the map flows sometimes.
Yeah, and you know, it also kind of feels a little bit like, if you're a good in-game leader, like you can be a bit of a chess master, if you will.
Yeah.
You know, you're moving your pieces. You know, if your opera is like, I don't know, a rook or something, you're moving your opera around the map, or maybe bishop would be a better, I don't know, something like that. But you're just kind of moving your pieces around the map, and you're putting them in position to have the most firepower. It does feel like that often. Unfortunately, we're going to have a short break before we get started. We have had a little bit of trouble getting things quite settled. We're in the process of doing so thanks so much for your patience. We're going to take a break, and we'll be back in just a moment. When we do, Inferno, or excuse me, Mirage coming up. Seems taking about as long as Birdie Box does to finish his homework, meaning forever. And, well, hopefully we're going to get started soon. TM, I've been told they've been pushing the buttons and we're close to live. Just to remind everybody, it's not Inferno, it's Mirage, Nuke,
Yes.
and then Inferno that we're going to be taking a look at. Here is that beautiful look at Mirage. Can you do the jump right there? The little jump off the wall of the car?
The wall,
the window.
The van? No, absolutely not.
Absolutely not?
I see people in warm-up doing it sometimes, and I'm just like, you're wasting your time. You're never going to hit that in a match. What are you doing?
I've seen it happen before in a match, but those are like good players and not me.
Yeah, but seeing it happen in a montage doesn't count. You don't see all the failed attempts, Vincent.
I mean, listen, I watched JW do it in a live match, so...
Oh,
Does that count?
okay, then it's justified. No, you're right, yeah.
Okay. Yeah, he's pretty good, though, so... I guess to be fair, not that many players that we talked about are that good. Wayne State though, maybe that good. We'll have to see. Our expectations are high. And just to reiterate, Butler University, on the other hand, both new to the NACE Star League here at the Varsity Premier side of things. But Viking is the guy to watch for Butler, isn't he?
Definitely for sure. Definitely the most experienced player, though. At least we can tell from our very confidential sources, Vincent. As we do get into this pistol round, it's Wayne State to start on that T side. And these names do not look familiar at all. These are not the two.
No. This is. Oh yeah. Okay, never mind. Yeah, these are different names.
We'll have to adjust a little bit, but pistol round underway. It's that first frag in towards the B site, and bomb looking to be planted, but there's some contact from the arched pillars. The trade comes in towards market. 2v3 now in for this retake situation. Butler, they've got to get into this bomb site. They've got to find the kills to make it work, because time's starting to tick. Viking needs to start finding some heads.
Nice. Was that a mid-site smoke? Something or another like that. Viking is the guy we were talking about. Got to deal with two, and I'm Uvania. Going to be taking the frag. Name we didn't necessarily expect to see.
Yeah, not necessarily.
I'm gonna expect that's IAMs probably.
Maybe we see ping in there at least.
Yeah. Hashtag save the ping.
We don't see ego, which is very upsetting.
That is tragic.
Yeah, I imagine it's just a case of like Steam name versus Faceit name or something. So it is what it is. But second round, MP5 on the board. You love to see it. I won't comment more on that. I find it's a really fun gun to use. Doesn't mean it performs well though.
I mean, up against these guns, it's going to perform valiantly, as you just see. Two quick frags. Is that Ichigoryu?
Yeah. Let's do that.
Yeah, I want to hear your best effort first.
I would have said that. Ichigoryu. Yeah.
Okay. Darn.
I would have abbreviated and said Ichi or something.
Well, that's just one, isn't it?
I don't know.
Is it Ichi one in like Japanese?
I couldn't
tell. Is that what it means? Hold on. Need to go deep into the realms of fact checking. Give me a second.
In the meantime, we can talk about Butler approaching this third round. They've come into it with some M4s of Hamas as well. The utility is starting to be depleted already. Not even a single Molotov left on the board as contact towards the window. Burnett will find that first frag. The first for Butler in this gun round, and not really an opportunity for Wayne to trade from it. Grouped up towards ramp. It seems like it's going to be an A hit. Ichi hanging around on the lurk towards the underpass, spotted out as well as the execute comes through. It's going to be Ninja with the FAMAS in hand to defend. Likely to be first contact, but Wayne, they've reconsidered. They're bailing out. Targeting elsewhere. Bomb in hand as well. They've got resources in hand to do so.
Fact check true is the number one. I don't know if I tried to play it out loud. It didn't work that well though.
Did you figure out what gore you meant by chance?
No. I wasn't interested. Sorry.
Okay.
But speaking of Ichigoryu, going to be making their way into the B site. There is a player here. He's hanging out. Okay, that's a one-way ticket. The next round, Burnett though gonna connect, keep things even better for Butler. Ichi, another brilliant shot. That's gonna be Fantix going down.
This cat player really the one to put the nail in this coffin. Viking swings through, puts Ashy into this 1v2 situation, but unspotted. Spotting a barrel as well, transitioning with the spray to find that first kill and information on the second. The grenade does well to connect, and Viking clutches up to win Butler their first round of Mirage.
Yeah, and Viking stepping up as we expected. 1v2, picking up the victory. Or rather, I mean, to be fair, 1v1, but got the player on catwalk as well. So we'll get the first round. Wayne State, that investment last round was a little bit of a bonus, but they don't have the full money to buy back up. Save the ping will be working just a deagle in hand, but has the full utility to pull that back, and he'll be throwing the top mid smoke. It's Viking. Ooh, applying good utility early on, but bad on the spray. Ichigoryu with a nice shot, taking the main man out for Butler.
TMF still hanging around, though, in case Wayne wants to try to regress towards mid. They won't. It's another A execute to come through. Smoke, I think that's going to go towards CT. Stairs, very standard jungle to follow suit as well, but there's really no defenders sitting on the bomb site itself, so you could probably expect somewhat of a retake here from the CT side. And the kills they can get early on would be much appreciated.
Oh, ping. With a big connection. Ninja there with the FAMAS is doing a lot of damage. No frag to be had, though, unfortunately. It'll be Movania. The additional kill. It leaves Phantom X in position to take one out, but 1v4, that's what was required. Already has the first.
Needs to go for more. AK is the right weapon to do it with as he finds the first swing. Isn't there for the trade, but that means Phantom's gonna have to look harder for the second frag, and well, Nova's gonna be a good position to catch him off guard. Phantom will lose out in the clutch, and Wayne, they'll pick up right where they left off in that third round.
Yeah, that take towards A was fantastic. It's standard. It's easy. There's nothing abnormal about it, but already it's very effective. 3 smokes get you onto the site. Nobody was actually committed to it. And a lot of good damage from the FAMAS of Ninja. Just didn't quite connect a full frag beyond just that first.
A lot of sound towards mid. Viking's going to be aware of this, but it's just the Deagle in play. Might just be able to find the timing for the kill, and he does. Headshot. His ping is dropped. No trade possible for the T side, but now in the 4v4, a better chance to work with. The Ninja, that's an excellent spray with the P250. Don't see that too often connecting. It's now a recoverable rifle as well. Wayne Esports on the back foot.
Yeah, Ninja doing a good job of playing a one-way smoke there as well. Phantom. Ooh, just about had a chance. Ishiguro on the other side of the window. Slowed things down in 3-on-4 with the smokes fading. Viking, Ninja, their crossfire on this A side is going to be critical. Rotation for Wayne State as they move away from the mid area that they took. And Viking caught trying to collect the free AK. Nothing free in this world.
Ninja's in such a rat position right now. Found the kill with the P250 earlier, but probably to be isolated by that Molotov, and Ninja will find another frag as well. It's TMF to be put straight into the clutch situation with this recovered AK-47. This time around, though.
No armor, though.
Yeah, and a lot more difficult to get into the bomb site as well. He's got a single flashbang to work with up against these 3 rifles. It might just be worth the save. They can invest into the next round, probably, with some loss bonus. Instead, it looks like he'll make an attempt at the very least. The steps have revealed his position, and Ichiguryu will be the one to swing through for the frag. It's a solid 4th round, though there were a few hiccups.
Yeah, I mean, Wayne State kind of starting out, losing 2 players. It wasn't looking good. P250 long range. Eagle headshot on the mid player swinging. That was Viking to find that. But then they do a good job of just waiting patiently, grouping back up at the A ramp, and converting a 3-on-5 into their victory. Of course, you know, against just pistols, that's not as big of a deal, but Viking. Ooh, gonna catch a trade here. This ping tagged low from that duel from Burnout. I'm Avania. They've already got a lot of utility here. There's 2 players set up, and they found the catwalk player already. A flashbang to push out. The bench player nearly caught out, but Phantom, oh my goodness. We'll catch 2.
I can't believe he finds both of those kills, and barely a way back into the round for Ichiguryu, and an avenue in towards the safe side. He's lacking the bomb, though. That's in the hands of his teammate as he works his way towards CT. Viking is well positioned to handle it, playing Pokemon with that flash grenade, and an awkward situation to be thrown into the clutch at the very least. But Split, he has a good opportunity to do this. They're split well. He's got time on his side. The question is, does he have the right angles?
And Viking in a great spot to deny this as well. Here comes that duel. Viking paying attention. Gonna get the lineup, and Butler have the round. Viking 3K in that one to pick it up. Both rounds that Butler have picked up have been, I would say, majority courtesy of Viking, have they not?
Oh yeah, I would definitely agree. I mean, he's 7-1. It's definitely not something you can ignore. I'll put it that way.
So the expectation from Butler, especially with Viking being one of the heavy hitters, coming to fruition in the early stages of this map. We have a little bit of a weird buy. You can see a bit of money left in the pocket for both Ashi and Avernova, but Shigoro with the opening pick, and there's that one individual that we've been talking about going down early. Flashes move forward. Ninja, close range. MP9 continuing to fire. Has to go for the reload and the swing, but that will deny any further damage done. So the plant should be able to come here shortly, unless Burnout can deny. Oh, a little bit slow on that. No, will deny. Burnout taking out Avernova, but Ashy moves forward, connecting the shots, and Phantom, another big double.
These late round situations, man, they just keep getting so back and forth. It feels like either team, when thrust into the clutch situation, could probably perform. And I mean, Butler now bring the scoreline closer and closer. They've brought an op into the round as well. It's looking promising for sure. It's Wayne State definitely. Let me put it this way: the game's a lot closer than I think both of us expected it to be at this point.
Yeah, I think we build this as a little bit more one-sided, and Butler has shown up in a big way. And that's what I love to see with these teams that we don't know a ton about. It's unfortunate sometimes we get things wrong because we haven't yet seen what these guys have to offer, but to see them show out in a positive way, unexpected as such, it's brilliant.
It means we get to be surprised.
Big fan of surprises. Save the ping. Nothing surprising there. An opening shot with the Glock, in fact.
Not surprising. Not surprising that the Glock kills.
Not surprising that ping gets the kill.
Ah, okay. Understood.
Yeah, the Glock part, certainly a bit more surprising. Vikings going to collect 2 more. And Butler have a stranglehold on this round, especially now with Ashy, the only one left.
And Ashy will have to tuck tail and try to look elsewhere, but in the apartments, Phantom's on the hunt. Actually, a matter of timing here as they want to swing through. It's tied scoreline. At the beginning of this game, it definitely seemed like it was going the way of Wayne State, but the tables have turned, and Butler University, they're in a good position here to extend this lead if they want it.
Not gonna lie, you said Phantom's on the hunt, and I thought you were talking about Valorant, and I was gonna give you such a hard time.
I'm not gonna comment.
Yeah, I know. Sorry. For those who don't know, I do both Valorant and Counter-Strike, and sometimes it's tough, man. Sometimes I just get confused. 4-4. Nothing confusing about this round. Wayne State going to be pulling the 8.
Oh, no.
Ashy, come on. That's literally the easiest one in the game.
Get the why not clip.
Get the why not clip. Check out the LTA Broadcasting Twitter if you don't know what we're talking about.
Oh. Viking, though, continuing to find frags. He doesn't have traded through the edge of that smoke, but over the top of CT. No angle to work with. As Wayne State continue to find frags. Ninja just getting spammed into oblivion. 2 players left standing for the side of Butler. And, well, they're both in a position to fight from at the very least. Spawn will look to be planted as Nova does swing through for the frag. TMF now. Look at how low these players are.
So, yeah, I was just about to say it. And a flashbang. He's going to get 2. Yeah, there's the low HP coming to fruition. Has time to reload. And a kit in hand as well. TMF. Oh, he's a little jumpy. A little nervous, it seems. TMF looking. He's got another. 1 HP left on this final player. Will he be able to? No, I'm Avania. Gonna connect for the 5th round of Wayne State. Butler and TMF doing so much work.
I don't know if you could notice, but I saw some handshake in there for sure. There was definitely some nerves coming through in that clutch, but 3 kills there, that's amazing. That's impressive. It does so much work. Look at the economy of Wayne State. Losing that many rifles is detrimental to their progress. Yeah, like the ping, he's got no utility to work with.
Yeah, ping usually doesn't work with the utility very much.
Oh man.
Yeah, that's outrageous. I'm sorry, pig. Talking about a different pig. Viking.
Inside joke there. Don't worry about that.
Yeah, a little bit. Viking, big frag who's been having big impact all game. Oh, okay. I don't know what he saw. He must have saw something on the radar because I sure didn't see that player was visible.
This is a little bit more of the Wayne State I think we were expecting, but they still got Phantom in the back of this B bomb site. This is a very difficult angle to fight for sure against this A1S as He does end up holding on for just a little while longer, but it needs to buy more time. As his head gets ripped clean off its shoulders, it's Ninja to be put into the clutch this time around. It feels like every single round it's somebody new.
Oh, but he's got first. Low HP on Amavania as well. Actually, the only one healthy. Gonna replenish those bullets before moving forward with a reload. Ninja taking a close look at where these players could be, trying to set things up. Oh, he's gonna spawn him out, not looking the right way. Ashy, and he's got another Ninja with a clutch. Oh my goodness, 1v2. And that's a beautiful way to clean things up and tie the score 5-5.
It was 1v3, Vincent. You forgot about the player towards the apartments.
Oh yeah, you're right.
He got all 3, baby.
That's incredible. Butler tying the game up off some fancy shooting from Ninja 035.
Gotta get that last name in there too.
Yeah.
Oh no, Deagle in the situation could be deadly. Rushing out, look at the distance that is being closed here. You don't want to get in the hit range of that spam and paying almost a chance for a second Glock kill in this game. Ninja will make sure that that doesn't come to fruition. It's now trapped towards the right side of things. Butler will rotate through. This looks to be a relatively done deal.
Not gonna lie, Burnett probably should have died 3 times over there beforehand, but ultimately will fall anyway. Viking with a nice 3K. 14-7, but Ninja 12-9.
This is insane. The scoreline 6-5. If you got 2 players on the side of Butler University, which looked like they're playing in a different game.
I mean, that's because they are. They're playing the winning game.
Ah.
Yeah.
Wait, and the rest of them are?
Well, yeah, everybody's kind of playing the winning game at this point, aren't they?
No losers in the game of Counter-Strike. Everyone's just trying to get better. With
That's
mid-control.
false. There's absolutely losers in the game of Counter-Strike.
Listen, you only lose if your mental's bad.
Okay, we'll go with that. Burnett with a nice shot. AWP. He's been pretty good. Just being able to deal with the pressure. Unfortunately, that pressure overwhelms at this point. Ishiguro gonna take advantage. They're gonna be Amavania to collect an additional frag. That's out on A. With Ninja down, that's 2 more. Viking as well. The 2 big fraggers for Butler gone in a 4v2.
Wrong side of the map, though. For TMF and Phantom pushing through the apartments. It's only going to be information and potentially a place to save for the CT side as Wayne State. I think they're going to be able to do it. It should be a tied up scoreline once again. It's definitely been a back and forth affair. Neither team, I mean, to contrast this last series, we're not seeing the 16K, you know, mounds of money built into the bank. Both teams are the kind of 1 kill away from being broke every single round.
Yeah, this is paycheck to paycheck purchases right now for both teams, particularly as we see the save, the CTs of Butler doing what they can to keep that economy healthy. And with that, another tied score. 6-6. Wayne State bringing it back. Ishiguro, AWP recovered as well. Haven't really seen the op for Wayne State yet.
No, but Butler will see a UMP being bought. That's not really something you see too often anymore.
Oh, it's the worst.
We'll talk about an entry, though. Straight in, spotting a second player as well. The second shot won't connect, and there's still a third left to be found. This could be a trap.
They're all here. There's literally everyone. Ninja tapping away. Damage done. Evernova with a nice shot. It's going to be TMF down, and Evernova with another.
Wait, they should know where he is.
Yeah, they
killed
really
the player
should.
earlier.
Oh, but they don't. They have no idea. This is going to be free for the first frag. Evernova needs to clutch. But despite the headshot, the armor works out in the 4K for Evernova.
How do we keep getting into these situations? It's crazy. Like, every single round, there's just something new happening. It's like, it feels like we're watching the most bizarre game of Counter-Strike ever. Like, these aren't common situations you usually find yourself in. The kills, the sequence of events, it seems unnatural. It's just so strange, but I'm loving it. Every single moment just keeps delivering.
Yeah, this has been a big delivery. Oh, that's a big spot. Ishiguro gonna find one. There's the second. Abernova chiming in. The third for Ishiguro. And no, denied the quad. Save the ping to close. 8 rounds for Wayne as they take the half at least in the lead.
I think Wayne still will be looking for that at the very least. Just a reminder, this was the pick of Butler University, and so expecting them to be more performant in this map at the very least compared to the second. They've been doing a good job at closing out the 7th round. Would mean a lot to them up towards mid. Ishiguro had success in that last round, not so much this time around.
That was incredibly ambitious as well.
Yes.
Just also not ready to scope, just inspecting weapon.
You aim faster when you inspect.
That is definitely not true.
Feel free to correct me on Twitter.
Where can we find you?
Oh, I don't know.
Okay.
I forget, you know?
I'm not going to plug for you.
It's fine. It's not necessary. There's a game of Counter-Strike to be watched this.
I'm enjoying this game of Counter-Strike. Ping's going to bring things to even. 4-on-4. Well, that nade's going to break the vent here, but so much audio being made. Guys,
Wayne State's
fellas.
trapped. I'm not sure what's going on. I'm not sure if either team realizes where the other players are, but I mean, there's that opening up towards the speed bomb site. The second will reveal himself, though, and there's another player in towards the apartments as well, so as much as Wayne State might feel invited in towards the speed site, there is yet another trap to be laid, another layer to be peeled back. Zara Avernova just tries to keep it going. Fires off another shot, and the timing just doesn't work out towards that apartments player. Finally revealed, and I think actually trying to hang on, just won't be able to. It will be Butler to find themselves that 7th round. About as close as it gets, Vincent, as we head into the second half.
Thin lead indeed for Wayne as they do win the half, but you know, some good and the bad, I think, from Wayne State and Butler with some very impressive rounds over the course of that at half. Took a couple of clutches, but you know, that's sometimes what you need.
I'd like to know how many clutches we had in that last half. I feel like I would be surprised by the number.
I think it was only actually like 2.
Oh.
But it was like 4 or 5 attempts.
It felt like 7.
It did.
Ooh.
What is this setup? I don't even understand.
Success.
Ishiguro. Yeah, Ishiguro's like, what? Taking the shots. Oh, boy.
Oh my. That's how you enter in a game of Counter-Strike. Watch and learn, everybody. Oh, I say that as every single player on the side of Butler University drops to their knees. Avernova struggling to hold on, though. It's Viking to open space for the bomb, and 2v2 and rotated in through market. This is a 2v2
they
might just
spotted
go away
him.
this T side, yeah.
They got to check here. A great crossfire setup. Beautiful work.
And, I thought that was Viking.
I thought it was too. I thought I thought it was TMF there.
Yeah.
Oh boy, that would have been insane.
I've hit those before, though. Sometimes you just gotta turn on the burst and hope it hits, you know?
The bird burst?
Moving on.
TM?
Yeah, exactly. You understand? Yeah. Yeah. I follow it, so don't worry. The question is, will you follow Ping with this USP? Is he... I'm really hoping he walks in towards Palace here to try to hunt for Burner.
I will follow Ping anywhere he goes.
Will you follow him to the grave in round number 17?
I will indeed. I'll see you next round.
Alright, understood. Looks like it's just me. It's Butler. Pierced the way through this early A defense. The USP is starting to deal some damage onto Burnut, but you will recover for the frag. The remaining players nowhere to be found. Butler maybe a little bit confused as the bomb goes down, but as that smokes fade, they'll start to receive the other end of those guns. Timing here is crazy. What? I don't even know how that's happened. USP to find the frag. Viking head on a swivel to find another. And HG with that remaining USP. Stuck towards take it isolated as Burnut taps them down. The lead swaps once again. Vincent, have you returned with me for the next round?
I have indeed. I'm back with Save the Ping. It was an interesting situation there, you know, with like death and stuff like that.
Yeah. Did you notice anything while you were spectating?
I did. I actually noticed that the Viking is playing on crazy good sense to make that 180. So
She's got long arms.
Or that, you know, possible monkey arm scenario. Classic mid control setup here for Butler. Mid smoke, though. It's like the what would it be called? The less than ideal mid control. Save the ping. This is anything. Anything and everything possible right there.
Yeah, what I was definitely follow ping into that situation. Bomb gets dropped towards Cat. There's just no success here on the T side. Just rounds back and forth. Last bullet there, I think, connecting for Phantom, but almost a flawless round for Wayne State, just finding not only the right kills, but all the right timings for them to come through.
I mean, it was almost flawless, but it was a team ace. Everybody picked up a frag. Team effort, nice to see for Wayne State. But
doing their work.
Indeed, Butler heading into this round, they are going to be buying fully, but it is a little limited. They're just a couple of flashbangs and smokes are lacking, and you know, Molotovs and the such. Also working with a Mac 10 onto Phantom, who's quietly had a great game, by the way.
It's situations like this where sometimes you look at Mirage and go, this is where you would want CTs to kind of get in the faces of the T side, try to aggress somewhat and get ahead of the curve, because then you end up in situations like this where there's just so much control for the T side and you don't really know how you want to punish. But I guess winning that duel towards window would be one way to do it, but a flurry of frags the other way, and Viking barely has his gun out, or his gun put away as the bomb is dropped. How does Ashy get out of that alive? I guess that's the Mac 10 for you.
Yeah, tough situation for Mac 10 to be in, really. Especially in a tied game. 3v3 here. It's a rendezvous back in the mid area. One in ladder room. Surely going to be the case. Burnout. What a timing. This is being checked only moments ago, and Burnout couldn't quite find it. Flashbang out. Needs to one, but save the ping. Can't find any.
Staying alive there might just have been more important, because now not only has the bomb been put down, but you've got this player holding the rotation, or you did at least in the hands of Burnout. He's going to hear these footsteps and plenty of information as he does it, and finding that second player as well. And so 2v2, but plenty of time for this Butler University side to position themselves, and they've got this crossfire set up. This is going to be a hard one to break, and there's absolutely nothing for the Wayne State side to dissect it.
I mean, they have the single flash, but yeah, two kits starting to try and move in. Spotted a little bit late. Ashy goes down. It's TMF with the frag, and it is Evernova, excuse me, going the other direction. It'll be Butler retaking that lead. It's been back and forth the whole way. We've really not seen more than like a 4-round lead at the very beginning, have we?
No, I don't think so. This is just, it's the economy of Counter-Strike, man. You win a round, but you had one player left standing, and now you're broke, and the other team had a bomb plant or something, and so they've got more money than you. It's just so weird. But this is the way Mirage sometimes is. You don't always need the better weaponry to come out on top. Sometimes just finding the right timing, swinging the right angles, it can find you the right kills to just break down an entire offensive and make it so the people throwing the utility, the players left standing, have nothing to stand on.
Yeah, especially the CT side, you don't always need the perfect weaponry. I think that's particularly true.
We already seen a Nova tonight. We saw that get some kills.
We did see that get some kills. It was pretty entertaining. Butler going to be moving straight for a B rush. It's going to be flashes as well. Smoke a little late. Viking leading the way. It's going to be Avernova trying to play the support angle here. Bomb nearly going to go down, and too many players to shoot at for Avernova. Long range is Amavania. And save the ping as well, collecting a shot on the flank. Ishiguro so close. Phantom isn't going to find it. Viking still alive, but it's just down to the one.
Did you ask for anyone else to be in this situation, though? I mean, you probably could, but Viking's been one to deliver this game. Unfortunately, in this instance, he won't. The HP, though, is so low. You could just see how close it could have been. No kit, they'll make it work nonetheless. 10-10, both teams in double-digit rounds. We could arguably see an overtime. I'm expecting it.
Yeah, I think it's definitely possible. It's honestly, there's going to be a turnaround though. There's going to be a swing round, big clutch, reset economy, something along those lines. That could be the change.
Or this double setup.
How many times have we just seen double op turn the tide of a game on CT side Mirage? It's often, isn't it?
Almost every single time it happens. It's very rare that at this level of play you see the double op come out and it not perform. It's so difficult to deal with it when you aren't using your utility proactively to force the oppers off those angles. And I mean, with Butler University focusing controller towards mid, this could be exactly what they didn't want. Wow. I would say very lucky to get away alive there.
Yeah, incredibly so. Going to be sticking around for a little bit longer as well, vacating the position on Mavania. Not ready for anybody to jump up in towards the window either.
Oh, in that situation towards mid too, I'm busy wondering, you know, Ninja's there taking that fight with the con player, but where's the trade, you know? That would have been an opening for the Butler University side. Instead, now they have to work with this, well, this equal fight, at least in terms of the players alive, but over towards B, there's been a push towards the apartments, and so Wayne State, they'll have an idea of what's coming.
Yeah, Mavania really needed to be on a bit more of a swivel there. Burnout will collect another frag. There's still an op here, though. Ishiguro could deny the plant, but isn't going to swing. Instead, waits a moment, and that's a moment too long. Avernova, the last alive.
I just want to consider the save, too. This loss would be brutal for not only him, but Ashy also on low money. So could use the rifle, especially in the next round, but it's not meant to be. The op of Burnout will take him out. And the double op setup, it doesn't find anything.
I'm not going to lie, that's kind of your fault. Kind of your fault, Birdie.
What did I do?
You said there's never a time that this doesn't have impact.
Well, here, let me spin that then. There was impact. They got a kill. You kill.
Yep, okay. Whatever you say, dude. Birdie Box throwing the round for Wayne State University, and now Butler giving it their best shot to find a 2-round advantage, one that's been rare. MF should have this. It will be fairly easy. Mavania has a FAMAS, had enough money to buy that, and no longer has his life. Unfortunate. Long range on the on the spray, just a lot better for Viking.
I'm noticing the positioning is really what's determining a lot of these fights. We're seeing 1v1s come through a lot, but we're not necessarily seeing the reactions or the positioning for players to trade off the back of them. Like right there, I mean, you got this player in Lateran, but Phantom just nowhere to be found in the trade. Instead, we got this setup found. Viking extending his kill-death ratio 28-14. We're only 23 rounds in this game.
Yeah, that's an incredible showing. 28 kills. He's doubled anyone else on his team. It was a moment there where Ninja was 12 and something, and Viking was 14 and something at one point. Now Viking is 28 kills, and Ninja's 14. That just goes to show the pace.
Yeah, I mean, it also means that the other players on the side of Butler University, they've been starting to pick up the pace. You know, Ninja has had the opportunity to kind of sit back because the rest of the players have been doing work elsewhere. But I have to detract for a moment because the CT side is 2 P90s, and that just has to be talked about.
Yeah, I saw that. I was gonna sort of ignore it at first, but you're right. It does bear mentioning. 2 P90s.
They're both on the B-bomb site.
That's going to be an interesting retake if this doesn't work. Here's a standard execute. 3 smokes. They hit the stairs.
Molly missed. Not going to matter. Viking doubles up once again. He's up to 30. And these P90s, they're going to hurt in this retake situation. That's an understatement.
Yeah, I mean, Save the Ping really needs to find something here.
Actually, the HPs, never mind. This could work.
Oh, but the problem is overcoming Phantom. Oh, but Phantom giving the position away, so now they know. Ping goes down, but P90, 2 of them still alive, but only for a moment. TMF finds 2, quick succession. Viking was on the rotate. I think that would have been a victory nonetheless. Butler poised to win this game as they have now 13, and with Wayne State, their economy dwindling forced onto a save. 14 seems all but guaranteed.
All right, is this the round we see the Deagle Ace on the B-bomb site? Oh, look at the information. Pings push towards ramp. They know exactly. Butler University are trying to push aggressively. That's the bomb. It's gone. Ichigori's got that first kill and potential for more, but time for the Wayne State side to react. They won't be able to, though, because players are dropping like flies. It's the B-bomb site to go along with it. Save the ping. He pushed that A ramp just a few moments ago, and he's found himself retaking the B-bomb site alone.
I mean, very swift to get into the spot. Unfortunately, Maul lead. But catch some fire as well from the car position momentarily, I would imagine. Trying to spot things out. Here's Ninja. Hello and goodbye. 14. Not only guaranteed, but a reality with a 30 bomb on the back of Viking. Butler University picking up a map win seems near inevitable. It's Wayne State. They're going to have to make the statement this round, Birdie. Gotta say no.
I think it's the longest streak of rounds we've had for this entire game, and that's where that's kind of with the collapse of the CT side economy. I mean, coming into this, it's definitely their last chance to try to pull this together, at least with the full gun round. And I think it's going to have to revolve around this AWP. It's currently pushed up towards. I guess not pushed up. It's positioned over towards Ticket. This is not really where you want to see it. Butler have had like really extensive executes when they hit this A bomb site, and once that CT smoke lands, I can't imagine that op's going to be able to be very effective.
Well, I mean, there's always chances to jump over that. Maybe you move forward, you take a shot, you fall back through it. All of those things possible, but yeah, does certainly make life miserable. But for now, it's just a matter of taking space at mid, and that position's actually been given away. Shigoro jumping up on the Ticket shows himself. An HE grenade doing a little chip damage as well. It's going to be Wayne State taking the first opportunity and the second. So the lurk out towards Palace for TMF is denied. And an additional frag found Phantom gone, courtesy of Ashy.
Can we talk for a moment how comfortable Ping has been to just walk into a random region of the map and find impact? Just look for information, find kills. It's absolutely crazy. He's found a kill, and well, he's got information as well. It's pushed the rest of his teammates toward mid, where they've managed to close out the round. It's a good one for Wayne State. All 5 players push forward.
Not only that, but the second op recovered. The double op wasn't super effective last time. Maybe it will be this time. Amavania has a spawn for mid.
Listen, Vince, this is where you turn the page. You forget about the mistakes of the previous institution, the previous double op setup, and you look to install the new one, all right? I have full faith that it's going to have impact as it does here in the opening stages. That might scare Butler away from looking for information towards middle, but mistiming towards the Palace means the kill is traded back. Save the Ping continues to do so again.
Yeah, I mean, Save the Ping probably needed to tell Ashy that he's pushed out like 4 rounds in a row, though.
Yeah.
I mean, I'm just saying.
Hey, by the way, before you do that, I've done that.
Yeah, like every round, and gotten the kill like every round, so probably don't go for that again. But jokes aside, this is a very weird spot, actually, for the CTs to be in. Another mid-window smoke, but that's not going to matter at all because of how far pushed up the AWP is. Ishiguro in that position.
Imavania's just worried about this window play, and that's going to leave Evernova alone towards his B bomb site. The rotations, they're going to be so far away, and no one in position to help him out. He's going to have to stand tall. It swings first, and it's not going to work out. Phantom to find that first kill, and now in good post-plant positions already. It's 3v3. It looks to benefit this T side greatly.
Yeah, this is where the double op really struggles on the retake. Nade does a little bit more damage. Trying to grab something other than that AWP, and it's good. Ishiguro with a nice shot. Position given away of the player over towards bench, but was pinged down. It's still a 2-on-2, and Ishiguro continuing to find success. They gotta move. The kit in hand. The op misses its mark, and TMF might have this round based on time alone. Lemonova needs it right now. Time ticked, and it's all gone. 15.
Holding my breath, man. That's absolutely crazy. But we get to this point, finally. It feels like it's been in just a few short moments. We've just seen back and forth affairs, but honestly, they haven't been long rounds. We haven't seen the time get ticked down. It's just been opening default into an execute if we can, and close out the round from there. But Wayne State now, they've got to make up these 4 rounds to prevent us from going to this map too.
I don't know why,
yeah,
but the HUD just isn't giving us the P90. Actually has a P90, I'm pretty sure. Is she? Okay. Big miss shot. Burnut gonna win that duel.
Ooh.
Phantom as well. Goodbye, Abernova. And this double lob has been tragic, to be honest.
And it's been all based off of that positioning I was talking about before. They're just not in good positions to succeed. It's tragically the case, but I mean, when you stand in front of a tidal wave, can you be surprised when you get hit?
Fair enough. We've seen a lot of good stuff from Wayne State, but they're needing a 2v4 victory to continue this endeavor. Ashi able to recover the AWP, apparently, is going to pick up that opening frag to turn things into a 3-on-2. Ninja will put the bomb down.
He's got a smoke too. He could isolate the single towards Cal if he wants to, but the way he used that smoke could determine the outcome of this round. He doesn't end up doing so, and now there's open sight lines for this retake to come through. Wayne State heavily motivated to go for this. Not really a reason to ignore it. A grenade, well positioned, but not enough HP to secure the frag. Wayne State need to hunt for this kill, and they do. Viking, though, swinging through. It's the double to push us into map 2. 16 and 11. Butler University win out on the map pick.
Not only that, but 33 frags for Viking. That is incredible. You have to love what that really offers for a potential of a second map. Wayne State, and they pick out Mirage, and they get bumped off on their own map pick. That is really approaching a huge difference from the expectations that we were looking for, and I love it. I mean, you know, it's kind of a cliche at this point, Birdie. Like, but whenever we get those expectations that are different from the reality of the situation, I'm so excited, because that means we have another fantastic team here on the Varsity Premier side of Maze.
Not only that, but it means that we could potentially see the series going a completely different way than we expected. I mean, Wayne State, I think they're probably a little bit shocked right now. I mean, they have all the same information we did coming into this. They probably saw the roster and went, what is this? This is nothing. And now heading into Nuke, it's the map pick, sure, but there's pressure on the line. They have something to lose here. They could be heading home in just a little over an hour.
It's not their map pick, Bird. Nuke is Butler's pick.
Oh, I'm seeing something different then.
I mean, yeah, I know, but Butler picking Nuke. So the fact that they won on Mirage, Wayne State picking that map, like, that's ridiculous.
Oh yeah, okay, I do see this.
This man is so confused. We're gonna go to a short break whilst Birdie Box gets unconfused and unexplained basic map picking and banning. We'll get back to you in just a moment. Wayne State running into the big Butler on Mirage. And with that, we move forward. It's Nuke coming up next. Birdie Box joined by Vincent. And you know what? I feel like Butler deserves a lot of credit. They came out and they came out swinging in a way that you and I just didn't expect.
Yeah, I mean, I didn't just expect because I read the map picks wrong, but it's fine. Listen, we move on, as will both these rosters, into Nuke, and it's an exciting map because it's not necessarily one where aim takes precedent. You know, you don't have to be the better team to win on a map like Nuke if you use your utility correctly. If you know when do we lobby crunch, when do we take outside, when do our lurks activate. These are the things that can be more important in a map like Nuke, and more importantly, I would argue on the CT side, how are your rotations? You know what I mean? If there's a vent drop that comes through and you've got no one on your CT side to handle that, you could lose the round just because of that.
Yeah, I think that, our expectations for Butler have shot up, but I want to maybe dampen them a little bit, because I want to bring back a point I made in the pre-show. And that is, if you pick Nuke, the problem with picking Nuke is that you have to start on the T side, and the T side is difficult on Nuke. So I think that will potentially put a bit of a damper on the Butler mojo here that they might be carrying over from Mirage into Nuke, as Wayne State get that better CT-sided start. Of course, if Butler just kind of run out to a roaring lead on the T side, then, I mean, that changes things, and also they probably win the map and the series.
Yeah, I don't know. I'm looking at this. I'm looking at everything. I feel like my expectations, they've just completely disappeared at this point. I'm here to watch the better team just win. I don't know exactly how to analyze which one that's going to be coming into this. I think the Pistron might set some pace. I feel like Nuke's Pistrons they aren't as random as other maps might be, because usually there's a bit of tactics, there's a bit of pizzazz when it comes to Pistrons on Nuke, and so that might be the first convincing point for me. If not the first gun round, will really tell the story.
I'm a big pizzazz guy, like a little bit of pizzazz here and there. So, I tend to agree. It would be story-wise a big talking point. Of course, I also think that you have to keep in mind CT side's just really strong. So, oftentimes you just get the freebie on the pistol if they run out A and miss a flash. It's like, oh, there's 3 players dead already because they ran through hut and the flash missed. So, in that way,
you love that.
Yeah, in that way it is still a little bit random, but all things considered.
My favorite thing about T-side Nuke is when you throw outside smokes and then just you're entering, and then one of them is just missed, and then there's 3 players holding you, or something along those lines, or just there's a tiny gap and someone with an MP9 decides to ruin your day. It's great. You really do have to rely on your teammates in that way a lot on your T side.
That's a good point. We have actually got started already, and what? Why is Butler on the CT side? Oh no! This is Wayne State on the CT side. I'm crazy. You just have the overlay wrong.
Okay. So
yeah,
we've missed a decent amount here. So about that first pistol round, it said, listen, they decided we didn't need that. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
After the showing from Butler University, Wayne State was like, listen, give us these 4. Give us these 4. Let's start off this map on good terms, and we can take it from there.
Indeed, we are going to take it from there. A little bit of applause to allow us time to get started, as apparently we didn't get the memo that it was time to begin. So we'll see how things go. Butler, on the other hand, not the strongest of starts by the looks of it. We have an op out this round.
I love to see that on the T side. It's always very fun.
Yeah.
It depends where you take it, though. I mean, it can be very useless as well. Nuke's one of those maps where you kind of have to go for the openings. They don't really present themselves to you very much. Oh,
well, Burnett going to find an opening. That's Ishiguro down in the early stages of the round. Outside smoke. I say that with a question mark behind it because there's not like all the smokes. They're kind of weird, but yeah, they're there. Burnut gonna find another frag, but it's 2 the other way as Viking finds another one.
These 2 players, though, Mavani is rotated back through, but it's up through the vent to reveal himself. Viking will punish that rotation. And this remaining AK in hand. I mean, he's been unnoticed as far as I can tell, but these are difficult fights to win, and more likely than not, it's going to be more than one at a time. Oh,
Mavania nearing a connection, but you know, it's kind of fitting that you mentioned that T-side op. Burnut had a big round, 3K, getting the opening pick, the follow-up. Viking gets a couple there, and then the closer as well. So Butler University on the board as we first look into this round. So good to see. It's a purchase for the CTs. They're a little late to get out of spawn, in all honesty.
Slightly, but they'll make it work. No rush coming out from either side, but it's event drop, actually. I mentioned this while we were transitioning into the game. Once you have that drop come through, how do you react to the rotations? We do have counter terrorists already down there, but I don't think either team has really realized what's going on.
Yeah, I don't think so either. I'm Mavania. Going to be honestly fortunate to even pick up one there. Burnut will fall, but Viking there to trade, and I like this adjustment. Very quick did Wayne State go for the re-aggression. They drop down secret, they go down the vent, and they push towards the lobby. But it's going to be TMF to find Ping. Opening of the door, Ashy tosses a Molotov into the corner, but Ninja isn't going to be going down to that. Ishikori looking for that refrag, but TMF still doing some good work, and it's just, I mean, it's all over the place, it felt like, but Butler, another round is there.
There we go. Second round, and the T side can start to find some momentum, and this, Vincent, is what I was describing before. You win 2 rounds in your T side, you break the CT side, and all of a sudden, you're up 9 rounds in your T side. You know, that's all I'm saying, Vincent.
Hey, fair enough. We just we get accelerated into this map. That was what happened. I'm okay with it.
Whoa! Okay.
Okay. Goodbye, Burnut.
You take those.
You certainly do. And well, you take those so much so that you look for more of those. Re-aggression into hut, I think. Yeah, this is, oh boy, this is tragedy.
Flank from outside, too. It's a trap for Ninja to fall back into, but he manages to hold on with the Galil. 2 frags for him, but how much longer can he go for as he finds 2 more? Drops the AWP in the process against Avranovos. Communicating, hold on, guys, I'm coming. Don't leave me out of the games, but they've already left. They've gone home.
Listen, it shouldn't have been just, all 4 players shouldn't have dropped. They had an op, they had deagles, they had chances. Find this victory. Avranova might find another here. Oh, decides to go the wrong direction though. Ninja. I would be surprised to see them find the ace here. But
you know, I think in the game of Counter-Strike, anything is possible. Not anymore. Never mind. That run. That's that. Oh, ooh. What is happening?
Something. A commitment? Why? Why commit? Phantom didn't even have his gun out. He was so surprised.
Yeah, I'm slightly confused. I guess I respect the attempt. They had the money to continue going for this, but I think it's a weapon that's probably worth saving, or at least something that was worth
I agree.
getting
always
exit
worth a
frags
save
or something. Yeah.
Yeah, same here. Wayne State though, regardless of the decisions of Avranova that last round, the big giveaway was Ninja allowed to just spray down with the Galil 4 members of Butler, or rather of Wayne. Oh, and Burnut, he's done it again. Second time since we've been looking at it. And Burnut with the opening pick, but save the ping. He's here. He's ready. How many does he get? Nobody's checking. He's got 1, a second, a third to be had. It saved the ping for 3. As he's gonna get another. No, Burnout will take his life, but Viking alone, 1 on 3.
Just the information that he gained there. He didn't have to get a single kill to win the round for his team. Absolutely amazing, but Viking, it's not a player you can ignore. finds one of the 1v3 and disappears back into the lobby. All of a sudden, it's a searching process for the CT side as well. A minute left for Viking to toy with, and plenty to toy for. Split up, one player towards Secret, trying to catch off that rotation below towards B, and all of a sudden, this A1S of Ashy caught between so many angles, and now looking at the wrong one. Viking an opportunity for a frag, but no deal means this 1v2 just got a lot more difficult.
Still time though, 35 seconds. And now we're collect the bomb and then once again dip back into the shadows. Could go down ramp entirely for free and won't be hurt at all. So a plant almost certainly viable unless he gets caught here. Could be. And yeah, Ashy. Nice timing on that rotate.
Yeah, what a read, too. I'm not sure if Ashley was expecting that he would have already gone down vent or that the timing would have already been missed to down ramp. But the fact that that works out, I mean, hey, you take every single one of those situations, I guess, Wayne State. They hold on with 2 guns there towards the end, but it's not going to dissuade Butler from reinvesting back into this. Not really a full buy, though. It's strange. TMF has $5 grand, but his teammate's on a Galil. I'm somewhat confused, but it's going to be pinged open up with the AWP.
I mean, I guess if the op just rings out and rings true, that's not a big deal for me or for you, but we got to move forward for Butler. UMP as well for Avernova. Oh, and Viking. There's that opening pick.
It's the
audio cue. Yeah, Phantom. Gonna hear the audio cue. Ashy somehow gonna connect the shot and then get away as well. So good work from Wayne State. Able to bring things back. Avernova though can't quite find the timing, and once again it's tied 3-on-3, and Phantom gonna turn that on its head. Ping still outside. A chance for another.
Timing here is absolutely everything. You've got Ashley in those back lines as well towards Secret. Just barely could catch Phantom off guard. Oh, on all fronts, absolute disaster. But Viking also on the flank. There's like 7-dimensional chess going on here between these rotations, but the bomb will eventually need to be picked up. First, though, I imagine a frag to come through from Viking, and Ashley thrust into the clutch once again. 1v2, and we'll have to be loud about this.
Yeah, I mean, Ashley's rotation pretty reasonable, to be honest, but now KhazixMayJump, no utility left. Viking very low, has 3 kills already, and Phantom as well, who's been incredibly clutch for Butler. Phantom gonna walk into Ashy's crosshair, and Ashy will take it quickly, easily, though I don't know that you expect Viking to be up in heaven still. Hard to call.
It's low HP though. Ooh, just needs to hit that first shot, but Viking finds the timing to swing right back through. So T-side to recover in that situation outside, definitely diffusing what was an incredibly awkward situation, and once again, brutalizing the economy of Wayne State.
Yeah, what a way to put that as well. I mean, these are the worst situations for the CT buy. 1,900 on one player, 5K on another. That's how that works. Like, how do you make an investment decision? You're just not anywhere close to each other. I'm gonna see outside smokes. It's been these close outside smokes on the left side where you only need 2 of them pretty much the whole time, and then you throw the garage smoke as well. So consistently applying that same pressure. Burnout. I struggled with that name all day, and I apologize. Gonna get the opening though. Ooh, and there's a head popped up, but popping back down, back into the site. Can't get away though. Not from Burnout.
Surprised that Wayne State are continuing to hold on, but finally they end up dropping, and this scout, has it even fired a single shot? I'm not quite sure, but...
No. Not a single point of health gone either.
Yeah, there's the first connection, and he's gone.
Only connection as well.
So Vincent, what were you telling me about a CT-sided nuke?
Listen, the stats don't lie, Bird. I don't know what to tell you.
Right,
it is a CT-sided map.
Listen, sometimes they do lie. All right.
No, they don't. This just isn't. There can be many outliers.
No. Listen, Vincent, you're wrong.
5 rounds for Butler. I'd already call this pretty good.
I would agree.
To be honest, like anything more, you're feeling a lot better about yourself on the T side, or on the when you get to the CT side rather. Ninja, there's that opening, but there's no way they let him do this again. Ping, he's only got the one. Thank God.
Oh, punish frag towards garage, though it means there's an open door outside. They can go wherever they want, and I think they recognized it. They could wrap towards heaven, maybe even back down towards B through ramp if they so desire. And the CT side split one down towards B and one hovering around the vent currently will end up going back down as well, I think. So as they regroup, it's both sides to miss each other. And a minute left for them to recollect.
Yeah, this is a bit of crazy timing at this point. And as you mentioned, it looks like back down B. That's going to be the call. TMF spots him out. Now that should pick up the pace for Butler. TMF unsure if he wants to play up in heaven or not. Going back towards A. What a ridiculous rotate that is. They might have been outplaying themselves here. Viking going to go down. Both these players very low. 40 HP, 50 less than that between the two.
But that's information on both players. They knew they fought someone outside, and there's one towards the lobby. And so now, trying to split the defense, they've got the bomb. The hands of Phantom. They'll send it back down towards B, and they got a player towards heaven, I believe. But I'm not sure what's going on here because that flash was definitely over towards ramp, and so hiding towards this decon door. This bomb plant, it's not going to go unnoticed. It's definitely not going to go unpunished. 5 seconds left to end the round, and TMF's not going to have anything to contribute left. It's Wayne State to pull themselves back into the lead, and maybe an opportunity to recover the spiraling economy.
Yeah, absolutely. And it's given over by Butler. What a fumble from them. They forgot their basics, their Counter-Strike basics. Need to go watch the War Owl video. Stick together in a 3-on-2. You have the advantage. Just trade it out. What Butler needed to do, and they got a little too cute with it, I think.
Indeed, and standard utility up towards this A site. Smoke to deny visibility, but neither side will really make any actual attempts to get out. As I say that, though, TMF, he's gone out. The rest of his team's followed through. There's also no utility to back it up. Somehow they've made it work. It's the empty bomb site for the T side, and to save the ping, tries to find information, tries to maneuver around. It's now all been uncovered. I don't understand either.
He just tried to solo flash himself out onto the A site. Ninja, no way, he gets another. Ninja, a ridiculous turn of events as I'm Mavania. Gotta get one more. It's a 2-on-4, but no, TMF denying further. Mavania, nice shot onto TMF, but Burnett will shut it down. And that was a whole bunch of what the hell happened.
I feel like I said this in the first map, but every round just feels like, what? How is this happening? What is going on? I feel like I'm watching. I don't know how to describe it, but I don't know. These two teams are complementing each other so perfectly. Where it's like their playstyles are so, like abstract enough to where, that opening duel's been won by Burnett before, not this time though. The scout will prevail, and a rifle recovered towards lobby as well. Butler University forced to push outside some more, proving my point further.
No, just that interaction right there is so like I could hear the comms right there from Wayne State. Like Save the Ping got that kill. Ishiguro steals it away, has like 1 HP, and it was just like, give me my gun, and Save the Ping gonna convert that gun into a further kill. 2v4, but there's no armor on the majority of these players, and Ishiguro, he snuck out. He could be finding one. No, he's gonna miss out. How is Viking not aware? Viking with a turn, and he's got another 2. I'm Mavania, the last alive, and inside the vent to find the low HP Viking, but no, Viking will clean it up, and I mean that was an eco round, and it got a lot closer than it probably should have been. But Butler taking back the lead at 7.
All right, it's time. This is the round, or I guess you could argue the next one. This is the round that shows the stats are wrong, Vincent. T-sided nuke is where it's at.
You are aware that regardless of the outcome of this round, that the stats are averages, right?
I disagree and I refuse to elaborate.
Well, that's fun. All right. Wayne State. Oh, a little bit of a missed flashbang right there. That little gap in the smoke could really be deadly to Butler.
A single flashbang too, and Ash could probably swing up in front of it. Oh, legs spotted. No kill just yet. Eric Vernova trying to get around it, but Phantom will punish. How has these frags gone the way of the T side? Somehow they get away unscathed, and
I am confused, and I just don't know what's happened. Bavania is going to find the frag onto Ninja. It's going to keep things at least relatively even now.
Ooh.
They move up towards...
Oh no! Awkward situation, but Ishiguri stuck on the reload, isn't going to be able to hold on to his life. 3 players left standing on the T side as they shift the bomb in towards A. The rotation's aware, and this time around, Molotov'd off and shot out of the round by Viking. Ashley is going to be put into a difficult attempt at a clutch.
Difficult indeed, but not unwinnable. The kid in hand, flashbang as well. Didn't have any clue where that was coming from, and Phantom will take advantage of the small amount of time that it takes to reset. It's 8 rounds. Butler winning on their T side. That is a great look for them on their map pick.
A very standard nuke.
Why do you have to be this way?
Oh, it's always a good time.
You just enjoy me being wrong, even when I'm not.
Yeah, you're right, but you're wrong.
Yeah, this is how it is. I don't know why I choose to come here and cast with you. I don't get it. Phantom.
Because you're having a good time, and so is Phantom.
Phantom really is having a good time. 2 frags. Phantom, double kills for Phantom have been, like, really a consistent factor, haven't they? Like, just consistently picking up 2 whenever it's needed.
The fact that we're seeing the Scout Max 7 dual, like, Deagle is... I don't know, there's something so iconic about this trio of weapons, I don't know how to describe it. It's like, oh, you're Nico? Yeah, any of these 3 will do.
That's true. Especially on Nuke.
Mm-hmm. Yeah,
like,
literally any of the... Oh, recovered AK. That'll...
I mean, unless your name is Nico.
Do we want to talk about that?
I just did.
Oh, okay,
Nice.
that's awareness from the T side.
Great shot that was as well. 2 bullets, and that's all.
Deliberate, quick,
Yeah.
clean. That's a clear that you really want to be looking forward to in situations like this. You don't want to get complacent when you have these man advantages. And right now, Butler definitely aren't.
Well, and we saw them get complacent with a man advantage earlier, and I think that's part of the reason that we're seeing them be so specific, so dominant with regard to taking these duels. It's that they are making sure that that doesn't happen again. Upgrade, if you could call it that, to the MP5. Driver Nova.
Best gun of the game.
Nope, sorry, that is that was the auto shotty. It's the best gun of the game.
Oh, hi. This core player is outrageous. I'm just looking at it. I'm like, oh yeah, okay, Viking 18 kills, Phantom 12. All right. It's just like the more I read, it's like the more insane it becomes. I mean, no one's really underperforming like too crazy on either side. It's just we have those few star players that are just absolutely taking control of the game.
Yeah, I mean, Burnout, I think, has had some really critical moments with the opening picks on the AWP as well. Mm-hmm. Wayne State as a whole, they aren't underperforming in my book. They've been having some big moments of their own, but Save the Ping's the only guy that really has stepped up big in one of those rounds to give them a victory.
TMF uncleared, but eventually traded. Leaves them the man disadvantage as players trying to be plucked out as they exit towards ramp and trying to get at the situation here. Butler University looking to try to get kills before the bomb goes down, but unfortunately for them, Wayne State, they got guns of their own and they've got themselves that second pistol.
That they do. 2 pistols in this map as well for Wayne State. The fact that they won the first half pistol and they only got 6 rounds is a little bit disappointing, to be honest. Just kind of shows the power of Butler's T side. We'll have to see what their CT side has to offer, as it's a MP9 across the board type of round with a Swag 7 as well.
This gun's seen so much action in this game. It's been bought many times. Let me rephrase. It's been bought many times, hasn't seen much action.
I have seen so many Mag 7s the last, like, week, to be honest. There was, like, 15 Mag 7s in the land of Anti-Casting.
Ooh, that's not a good situation to be finding yourself in with an MP9. Not the range, that is, you want to be fighting with it. But this is a good bait setup, straight to the crossers of that Mag 7, unfortunately for Viking. The AK comes out on top, and SG, I didn't even pay attention to this. This isn't a traditional weapon for 2023 either.
No, you rarely see it. Ninja gonna go down, though. Burnout. Okay! No scope headshot. Goodbye, Burnout. Phantom picking up another, and another. 3 frags now for the MP9, but a little greedy on the AK buy. We'll be seeing an 8th round for Wayne State.
Oh man, and the CT side economy continues to what's the phrase? Don't kick a dead horse. Is that the phrase?
I don't know what phrase you're talking about, but that's not a thing.
No, don't beat a dead horse. That's what it is. Yeah.
Sure. Or if I say it, if it ain't broke, don't fix it.
But they are broke. Butler University are completely broke. They've got nothing.
Okay, fair enough. They're indeed the very poor. But they can still get kills. P250. A little bit of deagle spam action as well. Ninja.
Somehow this is equal and more damage being done as well. How has Ninja gotten there? Okay, I mean a little bit of a twist into things. Need to settle back down to normal.
Viking left alone. 1v3. We'll be setting things up, and unfortunately he's moved out of the reasonable area that would have been more effective at finding exits, instead moving away from ramp and out of that. So this should be a tied game. Get into this. Viking should be able to collect the rifle though.
It might just motivate him enough to go for this. I say that. He's already moved it away. If he would have known that these two players are on low HP, a potential to buy into this next round, I mean, maybe you go for it just to keep this T-side economy at bay, you know? It might make sense. I think it would be justifiable. I don't think you could blame Viking for doing it, especially, I mean, with how he's been performing. Definitely something to go for.
I mean, probably not, like, the statistical right play, but I would agree. You certainly could make the argument, and I think it'd be a valid one. We'll see if they go hunting. Wayne State certainly looking around.
The fact that he's running around with his knife out is terrifying me. Oh, there's that SG.
I'll be having that. You had very important work to do, Birdie.
Mm-hmm.
The SG must survive.
This is true.
Here's the buy. Butler. They've got everything that they need. Took them 4 rounds to get into the game last half. Maybe that's the case here, as we are now 3 rounds in. 4th coming up here.
This AWP could be important because Wayne State don't have something to correspond with it. And so as it positions itself outside, Wayne State might find it difficult to try to contest. And so ramp control could be important. Phantom X getting close outside will punish that first frag. Over the top of Marshmallow. This SG is a really difficult gun to fight this with. I wouldn't recommend this to anybody at home, but somehow he makes do, manages to escape in the process as well. Back to the 4v4.
Yeah, a good little late trade. Phantom sticking around a little further. Kind of went for the reload, gave the audio cue away. But, oh, that was a bit ambitious. Ashy just kind of walking straight in. Butler, TMF's crosshair. And TMF able to fall back and reset just a little bit. They're going to be pressured now. Needs to call for some rotations, some support. Burnout. Going to be some of that support that he brings. Approaching double door.
Talk about high pressure situations as Ping lives to that first frag. Burnout ready to swing back and setting himself up for this situation, but trying to punish the plant. Not ready for the angle that Ping takes for himself. Viking will be the one to close out the round, recover the AWP as well. It's Butler to recover for their first round and a half.
Yeah, and they recovered that lead as well that they had pulling into the half. 10-9, the first to go to the double digits. It's still been a relatively close affair. But now, here, this round almost more crucial than the last, and I'll tell you why. the economy situation, you need to continue to have success. And in fairness, it's a little bit easier when T-Side's only working with 2 rifles and 3 pistols.
Yeah, another opening by Burnwood as well. Off the back of the state of VP, you can see, look at Phantom hunting for that frag. But a little bit too scared of Marshmallow to commit for the swing. And then Josepher will follow up, and there's still 2 AKs on the board for the T side, but how do they work their way into a bomb site? I guess Ping is a good opening to try to do that with.
Jeez. They can't find him either. Good call to pull this back. Don't want to overcommit. Lavania. Oh, big opening. That's Ninja down and out off of the A site. A rotation towards ramp as well for Wayne State. 3 players remain. And they have the B site pretty much open.
Should hear him. I don't know who's in the back of the A bomb site there, but he definitely knows what's going on down towards this B site. And so while the rotations won't be immediate, they will come through around the time this bomb will look to be planted. Viking with a broken door to look for, and a spray not connecting for any bullets. Information on where the bomb's going to be planted, picking up the second kill on the flank coming through towards ramp. Viking in for a second, and it's all down to Chigoryu for the 1v2 bomb. Not immediately in a tradable position. He would have to extend a little bit further, and he has, straight into the crosshair of Phantom. It's a good follow-up for Butler University, and while the bomb plant is concerning, it will mean a reinvestment from Wayne State. It is another round win.
Yeah, 2 players survive, so not the greatest when it comes to building economy, but at the very least, you do get a little bit. Ninja has AK here at the beginning. Burnwood has enough money to buy back. At least a rifle. Won't really have the op, though. So, good news for Butler, but just as good, if not better, for Wayne State with the bomb plant. Especially now as they're working 2-round loss bonus. It's going to be outside smokes.
All 5 players outside,
well.
too. Every single player on this T side is looking outside, and Phantom once again looking to punish. He's been revealed, but he continues to find impact in for a double. But his bullets, the AK betrays him. His trades come through. It's a 2v3, 20 seconds into the round. Well, the bomb is dropped. It should be recoverable, and it's all onto Wayne State to try to find the remainder of these openings.
Oh, and they've done it. Save the ping. Picking up that shot. Wide open is Burnwood, but he's got the 1-for-1. It's going to be up to TMF. Oh, the bomb. It's in an open position. Ooh. Damage done. Significant as such. And he's dropped down as well. Ping. On the other side of this wall. Peeks out and finds the frag. Wayne State with a victory and the 3K for Save the Ping.
What a brilliant read, too. You know exactly what's going through Ping's mind. I got this bomb. I know I'm being chased here. I was running straight towards that A site. That's what most people would do. I'll hang on a minute. I'll swing back through. I'll go for that 1v1, and he does it. It's exactly how you win that clutch situation. At least one of the ways you could have done it. Wayne State, it's a round they'll enjoy having. It's not going to take away everything Butler University had, but it'll push them towards the brink of it. And control over towards ramp. UMP for the entry. Oh. Slightly struggling.
All right. TMF. Nice shots with that FAMAS. And, you know, the UMP doing great work. Same exact work that it normally does.
Oh, yeah?
Yeah, it's nothing. It's a trash gun. Oh, my goodness. Burnwood's up here now as well? Oh. That's just ridiculous. Ishiguro at least connecting, but he needs 1 more. Actually needs 2. He's low HP. Phantom to shut it down. So, TMF, nice work. Getting that double kill initially, forcing Wayne State through that smoke, and they continue to push this 2-round lead, and now Wayne State's economy, it's really busted.
I would expect a pause here, to be honest. At least from teams who...
We've seen 0 pauses this entire series.
From teams who normally take like most of their pauses, that's a situation where you would expect a pause, because going through a gun round like this, or at least forcing back into a round like this is something that warrants discussion. You don't go into these rounds with an idea of what you want to do, because if you lose out, you end up with nothing left, and so, well, they will end up being able to drop down towards these vents. It's not going to be at the cost of information as the bomb heads out towards B. A little bit of a awkward tap for Burnwood, but he will find the frags and triple up as well to end the round. That force buy, I'm not sure I could be the one to justify it. I'm not the one in the server, but that didn't seem like it was worth the cost.
Yeah, I would have appreciated if Wayne State really put a lot of pressure on getting the bomb planted there, then I can make the argument, okay? Like, the plan was get the bomb down. But instead, now we're in a weird spot where the money's all over the place, and you're just kind of, you're going for a hero rifle. Avranova has a gun. Nobody else has weapons. In fact, it's Glocks mostly. Just a P250 for Amavania. And it's going to be
the smoke?
Phantom taking that initial pick.
This second smoke's so important, but it's lacking. It's arguably what could have let Wayne State work their way down towards Secret, and instead it's just
Another
funneled.
Molly.
It's just funneled this T side into the crosshair of Phantoms. AK continues to fire shots. Still only one kill to be found, but I imagine that'll change in a few moments.
Yeah, I mean, finally that AK swinging. It's all gone down to naught. Barnett even taking the USP for the long range engage with...
Oh!
Okay, nice Glock. AK recovered as well. But that's just for a moment. 14 for Butler.
And not only is it 14, but an important kind of note here to have is the rounds that Butler have won, they haven't always been the most dominant. They've been kind of scraping by with, 1, 2, 3 players left alive. Keeping 4 alive there in an 8 eco is huge because it gives them that 1 round buffer that can sometimes push you over the line, especially when you're only 2 rounds away from winning.
Precisely. Like, you can afford to lose a round right now if you're Butler. Not that you want to, but also another note, by the way, 10 to 10 is where we were on Mirage before Butler took 4 rounds to get to 14 in a row. It's the exact mirror of what we saw before.
Absolutely insane, but this time around, Butler, they're not going to get the better end of that entry, and as the door opens, Viking, oh, is he getting close? This could be a really dangerous... That's scary. Not for just Viking, but has he run out of bullets? Why switch weapons? No, just had a moment.
No, I don't know. To be fair, he did get the name.
That's why you unbind your scroll wheel from switching weapons.
They'll save the ping, though, with a very nice shot. That's going to be Ninja down. Swing out. Where are those bullets going? Where did they go? I'm with TMF right now.
I don't know what save the ping is wearing for body armor, but I think I need some of it. You can supply it to every military force in the world. Oh, man.
I know, right? Give me some of that.
Yeah. That's absolutely outrageous. Just
that man was unkillable.
Imagine the frustration TMF feels right now.
Dude, I would have tossed my mouse across the room.
Not just the mouse. I think I would toss myself across the room.
Just jump out of your seat. Yeah. Just go flying.
Yeah.
Yeah, TMF just got robbed right there. I don't know. Good round for Wayne State. I mean, that was probably Wayne State's round regardless of that engage. But, save the ping. He's a magician, I tell you what.
Yeah, I mean, definitely. I'll let Ping know later. The other Ping, that he's really good at Counter-Strike. I never knew.
Yeah, absolutely fantastic. It's gonna be that buffer round you talked about. Up out for Burnout. Ooh, and just about got taken out, but will edge the victory on that FAMAS at this angle. Perfect. Do anything you need. Ishiguro through his teammate will find Viking.
I'm not
it's
sure.
a 2-on-4.
I'm not sure I agree with Viking just pushing through that smoke. That this could have been an opportunity to just hold on to everything you got, kind of seal the deal. Just let the round simmer a little bit. But instead, it hasn't necessarily created chances for the side of Wayne State, but it's made it to where any damage dealt is a lot more important.
What is that flash? That flash that we saw.
I can't answer that question for you.
Okay, I was just wondering. Burnout, they could be here. Oh no, Ishiguro is going to win this round for Wayne State. 3 frags already. An ace potential, but no. We'll select the nothing. Did he get nothing? Oh no, he got nothing, and it's gonna. No, he got the Glock kill. What do you mean? That's so ridiculous. He should have been dead. He should have been dead.
I bet Viking right now is feeling really upset that he pushed through that smoke. Oh no, this was supposed to be the round, Vincent.
This was theirs to win, Butler. They're giving it away for free. And Ishiguro, he's got the ace. The Op Glock rifle ace.
How many guns did he get a kill with there?
3. And 1 through his teammate.
Oh yeah. Dude, there's no way you don't pause. Okay, the game is paused. I'm like, there's no way your Butler University don't pause after a situation like that. But if you're okay, here's actually where dynamics between a team, like a collegiate team, could be important like this. If you're a player on the side of Butler University, you look up to a player like Viking, consistent fragger, does his job. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Those players usually aren't very easy to criticize, and this is completely speculative, but I don't imagine it's very easy to, after the round ends, to go to a player like Viking and be like, hey, listen, why'd you do that? You know what I mean?
You kind of fed the round away a little bit.
Yeah, you kind of fed the round away because you kind of hurt confidence when you do that. You don't want to prevent a player like Viking from doing that in situations like that. So it kind of comes down to Viking as an individual to know, hey, that one was on me. And that can be really difficult to do. I'm curious to see how that might affect these few rounds because Wayne State, they've got a chance here to bring this closer.
Seems like you've probably felt that situation before.
I have.
Yeah. Tough being the guy with the ego on your team, Bernie. I understand.
I mean, one of these teams does have ego on their team.
Yeah, supposedly, according to our roster sheet. Don't know who it is, but either way, there's no way. There's no way they're winning around like this. Butler have 2 frags already. The Deagle spam works out. A little bit of a swap and go as Ninja has an AK.
Luckily for them, though, Butler's a little bit too far away for the rotation to stop this plan. Oh, I say that, Phantom. How have you done this? How has he done this? Who knows? Watching the vent.
I don't know. I don't know how he's gotten away.
No way! What is happening?
Bernu has a kill as well. This is unreasonable. Save the ping. He's in a 1v2. He's not. This is the. I'm blown away. I can't speak. Bernie, please.
Listen. It's clutch situations like this that define you as a player in ping. Somehow he has to make do with all of the randomness we've seen tonight. He'll do it loudly. 30 seconds. Bernu's going to take this fight, and this time it's not going to be the Glock to be the savior of this T side. It is Butler. It is Butler to be
I don't get it. I just don't understand. Man, what? I just. Oh my goodness. Butler essentially toss around. I mean, not on purpose. We're memeing it up. But
maybe it was a gentleman's agreement.
They essentially run it down one round, and then they win with pistols in the next. This is the weirdest grade of game of Counter-Strike I've ever seen, and we're going to see Ishiguro thank an opening pick once more. Bernu there to fight back, and that smoke not working out so well for the T.
Oh man, I'm borderline speechless, but Save the Ping, he's been so good this game, man. Just continues to deliver frag after frag, and they're impactful too. The round opening kills, the round ending ones at that, and his timing could be huge. Viking finding that first kill, now information on for a second as well, but they know that's the only player outside, more likely than not, in this push towards ramp. If it comes through, it's going to come all down to TMF.
He's been great in this spot. A lot of damage done. Gonna come back. Another opportunity given. But this time, he's got to fall back. Doesn't throw the flash. Instead, just goes to the reload. And will go back into control room. Wants to play this passively. Has a crossfire set up. And Viking there to stomp on them. And that will be it. Butler. 16-12. 16-11. Back-to-back map wins. It was an interesting end to the game, I would say. But a victory nonetheless, and a fantastic look as we we got very pleasantly surprised. Butler showing up big time in a game we honestly thought, I mean, on paper, based on what we were told, this shouldn't have been a very competitive game. This should have been Wayne State, but Butler comes out and they punch up and they punch hard.
It's definitely Viking as well. I mean, it has to be said, just the amount of impact he had throughout the entire series, it's outrageous. But Phantom as well has to be a close second. Just the amount of performance he was able to deliver, just to be that second man whenever Viking fell early in the round or just couldn't quite push it over the line. There was that second player to be able to do it, and that was one of the things we talked about. Is if Viking can show up and get frags, that's great. But there was the supporting players to also help him out.
That's a great point. Viking was certainly like the leading charge in this case, but I think that you also have to respect the fact that nobody individually for Wayne State was stepping up to Vikings' prowess, and I think that also you know, in a game where you have like a star player versus a star player, then it maybe is a little bit different. But instead, it was just Vikings stepping up, and then the rest of Butler were having big moments. Burnout, I felt like with the AWP, had some really critical frags, especially outside. You know, that was something that he consistently delivered on, was that outside area. And then, of course, as you mentioned, Phantom as well. But TMF, you know, we talked about, I don't remember if it was on stream or if it was in between the maps, but we were talking about the ramp position and how maybe that was going to be a problem potentially. Well, no, TMF had the lockdown on that ramp spot, and it was fantastic to watch.
Yeah, especially because the ramp is one of those positions where if you're not necessarily paying attention, if you let yourself die there a lot of the time, that's a place that teams will target a lot.
That's exactly right. Yeah, it's sort of the shark effect. You smell the blood in the water, and suddenly they're running ramp 3 times in a row, and you're like, oh, what do I do? Well, TMF didn't have to deal with that, but we are going to go and jump into an interview here in a moment. We're going to get one player from Butler to have a conversation with us. We will take a short break and then head back in once that's ready. Don't go anywhere. Hey gamers, welcome back, and we got an interview ready to go. It's going to be a lot of fun. Butler University, and we're going to get to talk to Phantom, who we're going to bring in right this moment. Phantom, welcome to the stream, and how are you guys feeling after that victory?
Well, we're definitely very excited after the victory. It's definitely a little hard fought, but I mean, we stuck together. As you can see, we're all very excited over here. You know, it was a little bit of a struggle to start Nuke, and kind of a little struggle to start on both maps, to be honest. But once we got the momentum going, we just kept going.
Well, I think I have to ask this question. So, you know, I think both Birdie and I kind of walked in. We do a little bit of looking at the beginning of each of these series, just trying to kind of get an idea. our read of the situation is that Wayne State probably should have been on paper the better team. But you guys come out, and I love when a team like you guys just kind of jump out and you fight back and you win a game like this. Were you guys expecting the same things? Were you expecting to have to punch up, or was it just something that you were ready to go no matter what?
I mean, we know that on paper, like all the teams we're facing, I mean, it's kind of punching up. They on paper they do have the good ranks. They've been playing, had some good matches, and we've kind of been in a little bit of a losing streak personally, as in hugging as a team. But we knew we came to get here. We came to win, and that's exactly what we did.
I also have to ask, what is behind you? There is so many lights.
Yeah, so we got a lot of lights going on. So we're kind of on like a stage of like it's a new esports center. So got a little bit of a background, a little backdrop going on here. So
awesome. I mean, it looks pretty cool.
So I guess let's talk about that, because Butler University is not something that's been present in Counter-Strike. It's not something that I don't think Vince and I have really seen before. So talk to me. What's this program? What do you guys got going for you guys? What's Butler University all about?
Yeah, so as far as I know, Butler hasn't really had a CS team for a little bit. I think they had one a couple years ago. I'm a first year, and I got here and I played Counter-Strike and saw there wasn't any active Counter-Strike teams. So I went ahead, tried to make one, get some recruits going. Now we're back. I mean, it's a very Valorant heavy, Rocket League heavy, and League of Legends heavy community. So it was really good to find some guys, get them all together, and just start playing CS competitively. It's a game we all love, and it was a lot of fun. Yeah, no.
Good to hear.
Yeah. So let's talk about your performance, particularly Phantom, because you were a guy that we highlighted here on the desk as I think it was the key double kills in the mid round. That was kind of your role, it felt like. Is that something that you plan for? Are you kind of a mid round guy? What does your role look like within this team, and how have you been able to perform so well?
Yeah, definitely like mid round rifles are where I kind of excel at, whether it's intentional or not. It just kind of so happens to be that way. I can just kind of pick up the frags and get left behind and try and get the trades. I don't know if it's necessarily intentional, but I mean, it's just what the play style I have. It's what I'm comfortable with, and it seems to be working out decently well. And I mean, I try to make it work out the best I can.
Bernie, any questions for Phantom?
Not really. I'm really happy with how you guys came to show up today. It was a pleasant surprise, and we had a really fun time watching you guys.
Well, Phantom, with that, final question for you. Anybody you'd like to shout out, say hello to while we have you on the stream?
Oh no, any of the Butler people watching, much love, thank you. Gotta thank my mom, my dad,
Let's go.
Stuff, but it's all good.
always love the mom shout out. Always the best. Phantom delivering. Yeah. Phantom, thanks so much, man. A great interview. We hope to see you more on the stream here in the future.
Love you. Thank you so much for having us, and I look forward to it.
Sweet. With that, we say goodbye to Phantom, and we say hello back to you. Unfortunately, it's almost time for us to say goodbye, as we have just wrapped things up. The good news is that we'll be back. The bad news, it's going to be back on Monday. Or actually, we might have Monday off. I don't know. It's next week. One of the two, either Monday or Tuesday, we'll be jumping back in with so much more from the NACE Star League. We got games across the board: Rocket League, Overwatch, Call of Duty, R6, and Super Smash Brothers, as well as Valorant, Counter-Strike. It's got a lot of fun. Make sure that you're tuning in. Same exact place here. We'll be here next week. Myself, Vincent, alongside Birdie Box. It's been our pleasure. Peace out and good night.